Okay, it is 5:31, so I want to welcome everybody to our regular city council meeting today, April 8th, 5:30 p.m. If you could raise your hand if you have an empty seat next to you so those standing up can take a seat. Let's get friendly, invite folks to sit down because we have to keep this area clear for fire, and then you'll be asked to sit outside. There's also a bunch of chairs where you can watch it on the TV screen, but if you want to be in here, folks, if you could raise your hand again, or maybe scooch down so that people can easily access an end seat, that would be great. I want to remind everyone to silence their cell phones or turn them off as to not disrupt the meeting. I know we have a lot of public speakers, and we're going to get to the Pledge of Allegiance first and then make a quick announcement about that. But if everyone could take a seat, that would be great. Councilmember Raskin, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosis, would you like to read the land acknowledgement?
Sure. The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovan Gar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curavanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these people are still here, and as settlers in Cuyam, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Thank you. I'm going to do roll call.
Yes, Councilmember Zwick.
Here.
Councilmember Hall will be joining hopefully remotely later. Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosis.
Here.
And Mayor Negrete.
Here.
And will anybody be recusing themselves this evening pursuant to the Levine Act?
No.
Yes, I'll be recusing myself pursuant to the Levine Act on item 5B, as I received a campaign contribution within the past 12 months from my party to the item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to do a little bit of agenda management. 5C has been pulled at the request of staff. So if you're here to speak during public comment on item 5C, we will not be taking any public comment on that item as it has been pulled at the request of staff. Before we start public input, I just want to note that there was a lovely display of community members from in support of the Fairview Library out front of City Hall. And I see you here with your signs, and I see lots of beautiful young faces in the community. You can hold up your signs. And so so I don't know who at home can see, but the chambers are packed with folks that have signs that say Save the Library, the Fairview Library. So I want to thank all of you for your heartfelt engagement and your passion behind this. I do want to offer Councilmember Jesse Zwick to offer a few words. I think there was a little confusion during a comment that was made, and I want to implore all of you that we do this business and we try to get it done on the same day as we start. Public comment is so crucial. It is your right to come here, your opportunity to speak. But what we want to try to do is if there's over 25, 30, 40, 50 comments on the same item, we ask that folks kind of pick a couple of lead speakers so we can truncate that and really get to all the business within the same Tuesday evening. And so before we do that, I'm going to have Councilmember Zwick speak because those of you, after you hear him, might realize that we only need a couple folks up here to speak for tonight on that item. Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone. My whole time that I've been lucky enough to serve in city government, we've been racked as a city by a number of forces outside of our control, from a pandemic to decades-old legal liabilities. And in a moment of deep crisis, as we looked at our budget, and we've been asked to make incredibly difficult trade-offs just to stay afloat as a city, in an effort to leave no stone unturned in that work, I made an offhand comment that some of our spaces in our library system were underutilized and might benefit from consolidation. I just want to say, before everyone gets a chance to speak, that I was wrong. I'm happy to hear that there are so many people
All right, we're going to do happy hands.
I'm happy to hear that there are so many people who love our libraries. And I mean that honestly, that I've been really happy to hear the outpouring. It's far more common for us up here to, frankly, to get comment from other residents with other issues and top priorities and complaints. And it's heartening for me to hear how many people in the community care about this issue. I promise to do everything I can to not just preserve, but enhance these spaces.
Thank you, Councilmember Zwick. So I think we can all agree this is a cohesive council. Advocacy is something we hold near and dear to our heart. We are all council members who listen first, and you have been heard. And on that note, we are hoping that we can reduce some of the public comment down from 58 speakers to a handful, and maybe the tone has shifted a little bit. So thank you for the beautiful signs. This was impact, so be proud of yourselves. And for all these beautiful faces up here, thank you too. So, oh, sorry, yes, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I was wondering if we'd like to do agenda management to move the proclamation before general non-agendized public comment, if the council would be amenable to that.
Yes, and I would also like to move, if I can add to that, we have an introduction of a new addition to our city from the fire department, if we can also move that up as well. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Can I also make a
Yes.
comment? I just, thank you, Councilmember Zwick. I just want to say there's no item on the agenda tonight related to anything on the Fairview Library. We are not attempting to sell the Fairview Library. So I just want to clarify that. I also just want to say right now, it looks like there's 50+ commenters on just general public comment. So if you all could consolidate, I won't have to make a motion to limit the general public comment to 1 minute. That would be very helpful. But if we come back after the proclamations and there are still 58 commenters, just so that we can get our business done, I think a motion could be in order for 1 minute each per person. So just, I would consider anyone removing themselves from the queue who might be willing to do that. Thanks.
But again, you can hold up your signs. We thank you for coming to the front of City Hall, and thank you, Councilmember Zwick, for your comments. I want to move on to something that you won't want to miss, which is the introduction of Roger, who is a fire department therapy dog. I don't know if Roger's going to come get paraded up here. Oh, there he is. He's sleeping. All right, so before we begin tonight's agenda, I'd like to take a moment to introduce someone very special joining the Santa Monica team. Roger, he's the newest and furriest member of the Santa Monica Fire Department. Roger is a certified support canine and the first therapy dog to serve in our fire department as part of a new initiative called the Canine Peer Support Program. This program was created to support the mental health and emotional well-being of our firefighters, administrative staff, and city employees, something I think we can all agree is more important than ever. Firefighters face tremendous stress in the line of duty, and programs like this recognize that caring for those who care for us requires compassion, innovation, and commitment. Roger is here to help do just that by offering comfort, reducing stress, and providing a calming presence during challenging moments. He'll be making the rounds at our fire stations, visiting with staff, attending debriefings, and joining community events to spread a little extra joy. And if you haven't seen him, he's the cutest, most relaxed, calm, lazy little guy. Under the supervision of Captain Mike Rivera, Roger is already making a positive impact, and I know I speak for the entire council when I say we are thrilled to welcome him to the Santa Monica family. To Chief Halleck, the peer support team, and all those who help bring this program to life, thank you for prioritizing wellness of our first responders and city staff. And to Roger, we're so happy to have you here, Roger. You're already a very good boy. Welcome to Santa Monica. Chief Halleck, did you want to say? Oh, podium mic is on. There you go.
Okay, no, I just want to say to the mayor and the team and everybody in the city, thank you for this opportunity to allow us to bring Roger to our department. You know, I think after the attention he's received yesterday and today, I think our comfort dog is going to need a comfort dog because he is just the overwhelming joy that he brings. And, you know, coming from an agency that had a significant event, seeing the dogs come in and seeing the impact that they have on first responders and the community as a whole, it's just unbelievable. And to have that here, and I think it's only going to grow. But I want to turn over real quick to the captain who made this all possible, Captain Mike Rivera. We met early on when I first got here. I met with everybody, and one of his things that he asked about was a comfort dog and how can we make that happen. This was several months ago, and here we are today. So I just want to introduce Captain Mike Rivera. He has a few words to say, but thank you again for allowing us this opportunity. Yep.
All right. I'll be quick, I promise. Good evening, Mayor Negrete, council members, and esteemed guests. My name is Michael Rivera. I'm a captain with the fire department assigned to Station 1, Engine 1, which serves, as you know, the downtown area of Santa Monica. I've been given the great privilege of speaking on behalf of the fire department today and our new Canine Peer Support Program. And I stand before you with deep gratitude as we officially begin a meaningful and innovative chapter in our city and department's commitment to wellness, resilience, and mental health. First and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support of this fire department and this new program. We are proud to announce the launch of our Canine Peer Support Program, a first of our department, and a powerful new resource for our firefighters and city employees. This program represents more than just the introduction of a therapy dog into the firehouse. It reflects a growing recognition that behind every uniform and badge is a human being who could be facing significant emotional challenges. Day in and day out, our firefighters respond to emergencies that take a toll on even the toughest person. The silent injuries, psychological stress, the trauma, and the burnout often go unseen and unaddressed. But with the Canine program, we have a trusted companion to help us bridge those moments of vulnerability when we finally do get a chance to show them. Our peer support dog is a gentle and loving presence in the station, offering comfort, connection, and calming influence during some of our toughest days. The impact is already being felt. I have never in my 9 years of working with this department seen as many people in the station happier and smiling ear to ear than when Roger made his debut at the firehouse. I would like to introduce to you, obviously, Roger. He's a black lab, 6 years old, who has already lived a life of service. As a highly trained C&I dog, and now the Santa Monica Fire Department's first ever peer support canine, his journey of guiding individuals with visual impairments to comforting first responders is a testament to his gentle nature, intelligence, and unwavering love for helping people. As mentioned, originally trained as a C&I dog, Roger spent years helping his handler navigate the world with confidence and independence. But when circumstances led to his career change, Roger found a new calling, supporting those who risk their lives on a daily basis. And now, as a part of our fire department, Roger will play a vital role in firefighter wellness, providing comfort, emotional support, and stress relief to our members on the front lines. I want to take a few moments to thank our department leadership. It would not have been possible without the support and belief in the importance of mental wellness. You believed in the power of something as simple as petting a dog after a tough call could make a huge difference. You prioritizing mental health as a key pillar of our department, organizational priorities, and public safety. And for that, I want to thank you. You gave us the resources to do the job we love effectively and safely and give us the green light to move forward. Lastly, I want to thank the community of Santa Monica who has embraced this program and Roger with open arms, and our partner organization, Guide Dogs of the Desert, who have helped us bring this program to life. On behalf of every firefighter who will find a moment of peace with our canine partner, Roger, by their side, thank you. You are helping us take care of our own, who in turn can help take care of others. And that is something truly special. We look forward to keeping you up to date on the progress and positive impact of this program, and we are proud to wear this patch and serve the people of Santa Monica. And now we are even better equipped to do so with a wagging tail and a full heart.
Aw.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was in Palisades Station 69, and I was mentioning that I saw 2 dogs there at some of the events, and I thought it was so cool, and it was an outside organization that brings them in to do the same thing. So I'm super excited to see that you got that going, Captain, and already the time that I spent outside with Roger, I felt calm and relaxed coming into the city council meeting. So I think, are we all going to take a picture in the well? Okay. Yay. Let's take a picture of Roger.
We love a dog pic. Side of the house over here. No dogs.
It's more sort of.
I'm gonna do a video after, so just stay there. All right, ready? Photo first. 1, 2, 3. All right, everyone wave and then.
So calm.
All right, now we're going to agenda item 2A,
Yes,
right?
item 2A, proclamation for Earth Day.
Okay, and I believe Shannon Perry, the Chief Sustainability Officer, and Clove Gill. I'm going to call you guys up if you want, but I'll read the proclamation. So this is for Earth Day, and I have to do a shameless plug that my daughter Mia is born on Earth Day, April 22nd. She'll be totally embarrassed that I just did that. Okay, whereas the city of Santa Monica acknowledged that it sits on the ancestral unceded territory of the Tongva, Gabrielino, Quiche and Chumash peoples, and honors the indigenous caretakers of these lands and their past, present, and future elders' enduring commitment to ecological stewardship. And whereas Earth Day, first celebrated on April 22nd, 1970, launched a global movement for environmental awareness and action, and each April, Earth Month, provides a dedicated time to take action, educate, inspire, and promote sustainable practices for a healthier planet. And whereas the city of Santa Monica has been a national leader in sustainability for over 30 years, pioneering policies in waste reduction, water and energy conservation, sustainable procurement, alternative transportation, and climate action and adaptation to protect natural resources and public health. And whereas the city of Santa Monica has adopted the Sustainable City Plan to use the power of community to enhance our resources, prevent harm to the natural environment and human health, and benefit the social and economic well-being of the community for the sake of current and future generations. And whereas the city of Santa Monica has set a path to pursue water self-sufficiency, zero waste and carbon neutrality, and continues to implement innovative programs in water conservation, sustainable procurement, toxics use reduction, circular economy, waste reduction, clean energy, building and vehicle electrification, sustainable mobility, coastal resilience, green business, and community education. Whew, my gosh. So I was like, can we get an amen for that? And whereas the city remains committed to protecting its beaches, parks, watershed, and biodiversity while ensuring a thriving, resilient environment and robust local economy for all to enjoy. Whereas Earth Month provides an opportunity to honor Santa Monica's legacy of sustainability leadership while also inspiring individuals, businesses, and organizations to take meaningful action in support of a healthy planet. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, and on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 as Earth Month and urge all residents, businesses, and institutions to join in celebrating and reaffirming our commitment to a sustainable and thriving future. Woo. Oh, it's so silent. And, we do happy hands, but I do say it doesn't feel as good as a hand clap. But anyways, I didn't make that roll up. I want to call up Shannon Perry and as well as Clove Gale just to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. We know that you do have a packed agenda, so we really just want to say thank you. It's very hard to say thank you after a therapy dog. I mean, there's very few things where you want to follow a beautiful 5-year-old puppy that's already been in service as a seeing eye dog, but luckily taking care of people on the planet is a very good second. We're just grateful. We come here every September to share with you information, data, outcomes around our collective work to model the basic tenet that environmental protection, economic vitality, and social equity are mutually dependent. This has been the hallmark of the work here in Santa Monica for 30 years. In September, we come and we say something really important, which is, we are not here in April because Earth Day is every day, and we need to make these decisions each and every moment so that we can ensure a sustainable future for our community and for our residents, our businesses, and our visitors. But we also come in April, and we come in April simply to thank you and to, bless you, and amen. We come in April to thank you for your leadership, to thank you all for your partnership, and also to acknowledge that many of the systems-oriented decisions that we take require that we make decisions now that have long-term long-term consequences and long-term benefits. And so in this moment, in this Earth Day, we reflect on the leadership of individuals, of council members, of community members 30 years ago, and we plant a seed for the collective work that we will do for people on the planet that we will be celebrating 30 years from now. So thank you so much for your leadership, and happy Earth Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Are we taking a picture with you all in the well, I'm assuming? Yeah. Oh, this way? Okay. We're coming down.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to make you get up.
No, it's fine.
I'll put this envelope up here to grab it.
Perfect, thank you. I know, right? My daughter's in the clinical This is amazing. I love that. Thank you.
Oh, here's a.
Yeah, you told me that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll now move back to public input. Public comments permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And currently, we have 52 speakers on the list, and we do have 2 speakers who are registered as minors, so we should move them to the front of the list. Erin Wilkinson and Genevieve Gallagher.
Okay, so
Have we had people remove themselves?
I just wanted, I'm going to call names, but if you've decided after what we just said that you would like to see us continue with the city business and not be here till 2 a.m, just, you don't have to come up. But if there's small children, I want to call them up first because it might be bedtime soon, right? So any small children that were slated to speak and still wanted to speak, are they still here? I see you, though. I see you.
So the 2 on the list are Erin Wilkinson and Genevieve Gallagher. Are you still here? Okay.
Thank you, Heather.
We're leaving. Okay, so
Thank you. So I'm going to call names, and then if they're not here, that's okay. But we'll just go through the list. So I'm just going to start calling names. Sharon Reyes, John Alley, Derek Townsend, and Denise Spartan. You can line up against the wall if you're still here.
Wait, are you on the right list?
Oh, am I not on the right? That's,
Orlando.
I don't see, look at, I'm right here.
Yeah, she has a different list.
I have the non-agenda items, which is where we're at, right?
It's Orlando Valdez. Zilli.
I don't have that. Look, I have a different list.
She has it in a different order. Do you want me to call it?
I could just call the names. It doesn't really matter. What is it?
I mean, as long as we don't miss anybody.
No, I mean, I have 58 names.
Okay.
Okay.
So, should I make a motion?
Well, I think some people just didn't go take their names off the list, and so we'll kind of play it by ear, right? I'm seeing some nods. Okay, so Sharon Reyes is who I have first. Yes. Oh, Councilmember Snell?
So if we only have 52, let's make a motion. I'd like to make a motion for just 1 minute. That's still a whole hour.
Can I do two? Because I do have two real quick.
So let me ask you this. If you're here to speak about the Fairview Library, can you raise your hand? In light of the new information from Councilmember Zwick and the fact that the item is actually not on the agenda to close, but the comment was made and your comments were heard and you were impactful, and Councilmember Zwick has stated that he takes back that comment. It was made and has no intention of putting it on the agenda anytime now or in the future to close the Fairview Library. So I just want to be impactful with our time and make sure that we're making comments about things that are affecting the agenda or not. So now, those of you that raise your hand, can you raise your hand if you've decided now that you don't need to come up and speak? So that's like, I don't know, 8, 10 people, not very many. Given that,
And I'd like to make a motion for 1 minute for these public comments.
does anyone want to second that?
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second, Snell, and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Torosis. Yeah.
You ready? Councilmember Zernskaya?
No.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
No.
Councilmember Hall is absent. Councilmember Zwick?
No.
And Mayor Negrete.
No.
That motion
So-
fails.
I think everybody hears us though, right? We want to get out of here before Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? Help us out. Okay.
So what did you decide? I'm sorry.
You have 2 minutes, Ms. Reyes. Thank you.
I wrote this just because I thought this was happening, so I just wanted to finish what my feelings are. My name is Sharon Reyes, and I come from a long line of Santa Monica descendants. I am the 7th generation. My children are the 8th, and my grandchildren are the 9th. I was lucky enough to grow up in the Sunset Park neighborhood. Yes, that was a long time ago, when kids could walk all together in groups to our community library and open those magical doors. We explored books, not computers. I brought my children there before they could walk, and now I bring my grandchildren. We still need a community library. Let's think about the devastating fires in the Pacific Palisades and all the historic places that they lost. Santa Monica can still hold on to those wonderful places. How lucky we are. I want you all to think about the first time you all walked into a library. There is nothing more magical. Picking up a book and holding it and turning those pages, those stories that captivate us. I want to leave you with a quote. This is what it means to be rooted in a place or to have a place rooted inside you. Every bit means something to someone you know, and therefore every bit means something to you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. John Alley?
I have 2 people that are going to follow me, same subject, and we've got a short video. And the people that are with me are Derek Townsend and Denise Barton.
But they're speaking, right? They're not donating
No, they're
their
not
time.
speaking.
Oh, they're donating their,
We're not donating time, but we have a video in place of you hearing us.
I see what you're saying. So you're doing 2 minutes and then you're not,
Video is about 5 minutes and 12 seconds, so less than 3 speakers.
got it.
I thought you can only have 1 donation.
Well, he's not donating time. He's saying he's
Not
playing a
donating.
video
We're not
in
getting
lieu of
donations.
speaking. Yeah.
There's no donations in public
The
comment.
video would just play as the next speaker's going to come up. I got you.
And Madam Clerk, before you, let me know when you're ready to play it.
I'm ready.
This is from Sacramento yesterday.
Aim to ensure that all minority communities enjoy a voice at the table. However, in this case related to the California Voting Rights Act and the Fair Acts Act, court judgments are stays while an appeal is pending. As you know, appeals routinely take years to resolve. Even after the court determined an at-large election system is unlawful and radically discriminatory, the local body can hold even more elections utilizing their unlawful system by filing an appeal and paying attorneys to delay this process, during which time justice for communities of color is delayed and voters are disenfranchised. AB 1079 will fix that problem while maintaining safeguards to ensure that orderly administration of the elections. AB 79 will make sure that justice is not indefinitely delayed and that people of color are fully represented in our electoral process. Testifying with me in support of AB 1079 is Marvin Panetta on behalf of the Asian Law Alliance and Kevin Scheckman with the Voting Rights Attorney and Scheckman and Hughes. I thank you, and I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair members, Marvin Pineda with California Advocacy on behalf of the Asian Law Alliance, which is sponsoring AB 1079. The Asian Law Alliance is a nonprofit organization providing equal access to the justice system for the Asian Pacific Islander and low-income populations. Our mission is to provide legal counseling, community education, and community organizing, and we promote self-sufficiency, self-reliance, and better quality of life for all. Both the California Voting Rights Act and the Fair Maps Act play a vital role in ensuring that voters are protected classes and have a fair opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. However, the current judicial procedure
So can we just play it continuously? Yeah.
allow jurisdictions to delay compliance with court orders by simply filing an appeal, perpetuating some discriminatory election systems, and undermining the judicial authority. The need for this reform is clearly illustrated and has been illustrated by different jurisdictions throughout California, including Palm Springs and now Huntington Beach. AB 1079 ensures that future violations are swiftly corrected and communities are no longer forced to wait years for justice. Huntington Beach, which currently faces allegations that it's violating the California Voting Rights Act, CVR 8 from here on, I would say, will use the judicial system to delay going to district elections. Despite the Orange County Superior Court indicating that the voting rights plaintiffs are likely to prevail, we will see a long delay process that will prevent justice being given to those voters. What other cities will likely do the same, delaying justice for minority voters. AB 1079 is necessary to stop the disturbing and costly trend. In past CBRA cases, the Latino Legislative Caucus, the Legislative Black Caucus, the Asian Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus have filed joint amicus briefs supporting district elections. We respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. In Williams versus City of Dallas, the federal district court concluded its opinion by saying, in no way will this court tell African Americans and Hispanics that they must wait any longer for their voting rights in the city of Dallas. Similarly, in Howregi versus City of Palmdale, a California Voting Rights Act case, the court said, the citizens of the city of Palmdale deserve to have a lawfully elected city council as soon as is practical. Likewise, in Pico Neighborhood Association versus City of Santa Monica, another California Voting Rights Act case, the court stated what seems to me to be obvious. It is also imperative that once a violation of voting rights is found, remedies be implemented promptly, lest minority residents continue to be deprived of their fair representation. Following the district court's decision in Williams versus City of Dallas, the Latino and African American residents of Dallas, Texas got their voting rights promptly. But because they were in California state court, the residents of Palmdale had to wait 3 years before their first district elections, and in Santa Monica, Latino residents are still waiting, now more than 6 years after the LA Superior Court found the at-large election system violates the California Voting Rights Act. Other cities are figuring this out too, recognizing that they don't have to defeat a CVRA claim to cling to power, they just have to file an appeal and pay expensive lawyers to delay. The legislature long ago recognized that Superior Court decisions concerning the right to hold elective office should not be stayed while a case travels through the appellate courts, lest that stay obstruct the people's right to representation. But because voting rights were not even a thing when the appellate stay was put into law prior to the Civil War, that exception is limited to quo warranto cases. AB 1079 updates the law in light of the fact that California now has two robust statutes that protect voting rights, the California Voting Rights Act and the Fair Maps Act. And it does so in a careful manner, allowing a stay whenever the Attorney General and Secretary of State believe it is necessary. I hope this committee recognizes that elections don't wait for the appellate process, so voting rights ought not to wait either. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers in opposition?
Did you want to use there's like 12 seconds?
Yes. I'd like to add that everyone on this council, including Mayor Lana Negrete, is against district elections. In fact, Mayor Negrete called district.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. I'm going to call up the next speaker, which is Daniel Alonso.
Lana Negrete, you called district
I-
elections.
Okay, you're done. Thank you. I'm going to call the next few speakers, Daniel Alonso, Judith, Jerry Rubin, and Loria Robertson. Hi.
Hello, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Daniel Alonso. I don't live in Santa Monica anymore, but Santa Monica spiritually will be my home forever. First, I want to thank you for making the decision that you won't be selling the Fairview Library. That library means a lot. And as you can see, some of us who have been here a long time, all those places that hold memories for us are very important. And we are willing to stand up to block these development plans that you want to do. I was born in '57. My parents bought their home on Sunset Park, 3020 17th Street in 1959. I grew up going to that library since I was a small child with my mother and my sisters. When I was older, I went to the library in junior high school. We went there after like a certain project with teenagers, just hanging out with the librarian constantly, shh, 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 because we were making up too much noise. And when I was 24 years old, I would go there carrying a stack of books of Jacques Cousteau, and I used his reference when I was preparing for my mural on Ocean Park. So I want to publicly thank you, and I really hope that this, in fact, there's new laws and new openings for the library in the future, because the situation now is much needed, where we need libraries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for those of you that don't know, Daniel painted the amazing mural that's underneath the 4th Street overpass. That will forever be a part of my childhood. All right, thank you. Judith?
Hi, I'm going to give my time to Aaron Garcia, and we're flipping time, so he can speak first.
Aaron Garcia, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Aaron Garcia, and I've been an equipment operator out of RRR for the past 15 years. I'm currently a shop steward out of Teamsters Local 911, representing Public Works and BBB employees. As you know, we are currently in contract negotiations, and tonight we stand together in telling you enough is enough. We are tired of hearing the city's in debt and does not have money. We heard that before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and now after. The city's in debt, yet we see new artwork all over the city, and now modular housing all within the city budget. Santa Monica business owners and its residents are a top priority. And in order for us to continue to provide top-notch services, then Santa Monica employees should also be a priority and be well compensated in pay. Most of you, if not all, would no longer serve on this council by the time some of us retire. Yet you hold the power to make key decisions for the city and its employees' future. We encourage you to make the right decisions for the better of the city and its employees. We understand that times change, but values don't. We are not just Santa Monica employees, we are Teamsters, and we will fight till the end. Thank you.
Thank you. David, oh, we're doing happy hands. We're back to happy hands, guys. David Singerman. I'm going to call up a few more names just so that you can line up. It's I've got Brian Bland, Zena Josephs, Jonathan Foster, and Marianne So. Oh, yeah, sorry, I did skip use Jerry. I'm sorry, but go ahead, sir.
Hi, greetings to this honorable council. and members of the Teamsters Local 986. My name is David Singerman. I work for the City of Santa Monica Water Resource Department. Thank you for this opportunity to allow me to speak on behalf of the City of Santa Monica Water Resource Department and our bargaining unit, Teamsters Local 986. And all my colleagues that are represented here today, I have worked for the City of Santa Monica a little over a year. I came from the private sector. I worked on several monumental projects throughout the greater Los Angeles area: SoFi Stadium, Tom Bradley Terminal at LAX, West Side Purple Line for Skanska Trailer Shea. As a private sector union member, the unions fight for a living wage for its members. I got hired with the City of Santa Monica 13 months ago for a chance at a long-term career, good pay with good benefits. At my trade as a journeyman pipe layer, I made $135,000 leaving the private sector, hoping for a better pay coming to the City of Santa Monica in the public sector. I initially took a significant pay cut. I understood that the pay cut would be difficult. However, as I obtained and upgraded my certification, I was certain I would be back making a living wage. To this honorable council before you here today are a group of skilled workers who quite literally make the city run. As wastewater collection worker and a vital part of the city sewer system, the maintenance thereof, imagine a city without skilled workers. Imagine a city without skilled workers. Collectively, the workers represented by the Teamsters Local 986 and the City of Santa Monica employees make this city function. It is hard to comprehend why the city refuses to provide working workers a living wage. As a wastewater collection worker, I often get called out at 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning because of a potential sewer overflow. These are things that aren't seen, out of sight, out of mind. They only know about this when it's happening because of potential sewer overflow. The pump systems at MAP go down. The work we do is of utmost importance. The sewer system throughout the city is well maintained, and the lift station that all the wastewater flows to and is lifted from is the City of Santa Monica to Hyperion. What happens when this?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Jerry Rubin?
Thank you. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. Mayor Negretti, council members. First of all, I want to thank you, Mayor Negretti, for the wonderful coffee chat you did earlier today across the street with the public. And I enjoyed attending the Save the Fairview Library rally before this meeting. I want to wish you all a very happy Earth Day. You'll be meeting on Earth Day. What an honor that'll be. I have on my special Earth Day hat with a little sticker. It says human change, not climate change. And I really appreciate the Earth Day proclamation, and I want to give some extra support for our urban forest people, the trees, and our landscape people. They're going to be doing a lot of stuff on Earth Day and on Arbor Day, and I urge everyone to plug in. And there is still an ongoing exhibit at the Santa Monica Historical Museum that I urge everyone to attend on our trees, our wonderful trees in Santa Monica. As far as the previous speaker talking about the voting districts, I just want to say, sure, it's not only unanimous on the council, but I'd say an overwhelming majority of Santa Monica residents are appreciative that all of you are concerned about our entire city, not just one district, and would oppose district elections. So I thank you for that, and keep up your good work.
Thank you. Luria Robertson? I have you down here twice, or you speak, you can only speak once, so I just want to make sure.
The system didn't take it the first time.
Oh, okay.
And I should be just a minute. I think I was around 7 years old when I first visited a library in the Midwest. For a kid like me, who was from a lower income family, the library became my access to the world. So imagine my delight when in 1997 I moved to Santa Monica and saw we had a library within walking distance. I've checked out tons of books and DVDs over the years from Fairview. The branch even helped me out in an emergency one night. I had to get a contract over to my boss and my internet died. So I went over, used the internet, boom, done. Parents were always there with their kids. or other guests using the computers or reading. And then we all know what happened with the budget cuts. We'd like our branch back to full service. I think selling would be a travesty if it ever comes up again. It's a well-used 70-plus-year-old resource for our community, and we need it. Please keep in mind that even if you're not using it, we are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've got David Foster, and then after David Foster, we have Brian Bland, Zena Josephs, and Jonathan Foster. David Foster? No. Brian Bland?
First, I'd like to publicly thank the library board members for standing with various groups and the general public who make regular use of Fairview Library. The Sunset Park area, it's worth keeping in mind, has become a virtual garden of ADUs. New residents are moving in all the time. They're no doubt delighted to be near a library, and closing Fairview in a growing area would certainly make no sense at all. It would be equivalent to shutting down the fire station. On a personal level, our nearly 25-year-old writing group called Right Away was founded at Fairview. The library's newsletter and its bulletin board told others about Right Away, and our occasional public readings were well attended and fulfilled the library's requirement of periodic projects that we did. And so it's a valuable resource. I'm happy to hear that you're not thinking about doing away with it. We're looking forward to a full reopening. And to that, I can only add, go Roger.
Thank you. Zena Josephs?
Thank you very much. We were copied on some of the letters that were sent you. They were really beautiful. I'd like to read just a bit of two of them. This is from Geraldine Kennedy, who lives in Sunset Park. She's in her 80s. She said, please, please keep Fairview open. Without it, I will never be able to use the public library again. Years ago, when arguments were made for the creation of the Pico branch, many spoke of the danger to children from that neighborhood crossing Pico Boulevard to access Fairview. The same reasoning should now be applied for the sake of children from Sunset Park crossing to the Pico branch if Fairview were ever closed. I now share that hazard with the children, unable to drive any longer. The speed and volume of traffic on Pico is frightening and dangerous for me. Fairview is now open only 2 days a week. I had looked forward to its return to full service. It is cynical to use the limits imposed by this very restricted schedule as if they represented the real desire and need for full service at Fairview. There will always be other uses for any property in Santa Monica, and there will always be developers lining up to acquire a parcel as well located as Fairview. I wish I were able to attend the council meeting and make my case in person, but alas, it's not possible. This one from Kathy Larson, a longtime Friends of Sunset Park board member. The value of selling the Fairview Library and the land, a few $1,000,000. The value of having a library in your neighborhood, priceless. Please fully reopen, not sell the Fairview Library. Thank you.
Thank you, Zena. Jonathan Foster?
Hello, Jonathan Foster. You know, I like you all when you're not in council. When you come into council, it's like to arrest all of you. Boy. So we're back to examination. I've noticed that you did not put on the docket to change hearing the target language for all docket items. You take each item and then we comment the way it was in the past when there was real government here. Right now it's runaway, dark, unaccountable government that we don't get to hear the target language and then get to speak on each item that we should be here till 3:30 in the morning. You know, when those men, they slipped off the boat at D-Day and they went down head first and died. And then the men behind them, they stepped on those men to make it to the beach. And you're telling me it's too hard here with air conditioning. That's what you're telling me. My birth certificate is issued by the Department of State. I come out of a family with 76 nonstop consecutive years of service to the United States military and the VA. I'm the owner. And what you're doing is wrong. You are to have examination where you talk about what's happening. And then you are to have cross-examination. This is what they died for. They didn't die so somebody could put on some perfume and go out after they were hanging out here and to do some work at home. That's not what they died for. They died here so we could put in hard work here, late hours of getting things correct. And so what you should need to do is have people, if they want to do public comment, that's cool. And then the people that want to speak and do cross-examination for your lies and corruption, that we should be able to comment on your corruption. Please make that change. Put that on the docket next time, please.
Thank you. I'm going to call up a few more names. I have Marianne So, Jessica McLaren, Amy So, Karen Croner, and Whitney Bain. Are any of those folks here? Marianne So or Jessica McLaren, Amy So, Karen Croner, and then I'm just going to call up a few more names to line up behind Karen. Whitney Bain, Steve Hockman, Walt Davis, and Susan Hayden. I have some weird order. I'm just calling it how I... Okay, sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Just state your name, sorry.
Oh, I'm Karen Croner, and I'm sure when Jesse Zwick made his suggestion to close Fairview, he was not aware of how important this library is to our community, and I think you just acknowledged that. And as some of you, I think, more recently moved to Santa Monica, I don't think you really know that either. In passing out flyers to hundreds of residents, I learned a lot. Residents were actually stunned, heartbroken, angry when they learned of Jesse Zwick's suggestion. They had no idea what was happening. People put their hands on their hearts, asking, how can this be? Is it because we're on the south side? A lot of folks simply just said, no, 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 they've gone too far this time. A mother told me the story of, well, I'm going to make it shorter, but it's not 2 blocks to Pico. It's a mile to Pico. Let's just get that clear. It's not a 2-block walk for families that I think Jesse said something about. Mothers and fathers talked about the importance of story times. Seniors talked about programs and help with the internet. Over and over, people said, this is our library. We're proud of it. We can't let the city take it away. I mentioned the debt incurred by the city from the recent lawsuits, but the folks were adamant. They said the city had a moral obligation to preserve treasured services for Santa Monica kids and families all over, but they also wondered why Zwick had targeted the south side. Our community in Sunset Park is thriving. It's not a rich part of town. It's a part of town that needs a library to walk to. A library is a crucial resource, free, safe. People pulled out their library cards to show me with tears in their eyes. Mostly they told me stories about the important days they'd spent there, friends they'd made, how safe they felt there. A few kids started crying. So many kids were adamant about Fairview. One of the girls said, you're not going to tear down, and I quote, this beautiful bastion of knowledge, books, inspiration. This was a Santa Monica kid. They said, but it's our library, and it's an awesome building. So look, this proposal that got out.
Thank you, Ms. Croner. Whitney Bain.
The smartest woman I ever met, who was also the love of my life, said, don't say it if you don't mean it. Now, the Fairview Branch Library is an integral part of our community in Sunset Park. We have children coming from Grant on field trips, and they walk there. They walk there. And they get to play their games and Blue's Clues or get their children's books or whatever they do. And it's very important for children to read because that's a gift of knowledge. Anyway, that being said, I'm glad you backtracked. So, getting to another point, our city Wi-Fi was turned off May 27, 2022 in the Pico, Montana, and Fairview Branch Library areas. Now, we'd been using that in my area for 10 years. I talked to Joseph Savatello, formerly of IT Tech here, and he made all kinds of different excuses. I was waiting for the one where he said, oh, my dog ate my homework. That's why we can't have it anymore. We'd been using that for 10 years. And the same thing with Montana and Pico. The antennas are still there. He said he was going to take them down. That was 5 years ago. So we would like to have our city Wi-Fi reinstated. And I understand it's like from 8 a.m. to 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is downsized, and I understand it. You know, you need a little, work on it, and that's fine. But that was going on 7 days a week. And the community needs that. The seniors, the children, the stay-at-home moms, families want to get in contact with other families, family members. Very important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve Hockman.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here, and thank you all. And cheers to everyone who showed up and showed the impact of showing up. So thank you for that. My name is Steve Hockman. I'm a music journalist. I've lived in Santa Monica for 6.5 years with my wife, Susan Hayden, who has lived here for 35 years. A while back, I volunteered as a teacher in the LA Library's adult literacy program. Over the course of a few years, I had 3 students, a young woman needing credit due to a court order while on probation from drug and prostitution charges, a woman in her 40s who I had to figure out was not illiterate but dyslexic, which had never been diagnosed for her, and a young man who had found his own rough way here from Guatemala and was determined to make a place for himself. Each in their own way just wanted to be better, more able to make their life and be a participant in society. We had some sessions at the Central Library downtown, but others where it was sometimes more convenient for them to go, the community neighborhood libraries. The great importance of these branches was clear. Foundations of knowledge, mental nourishment, and comfort to many, right down the streets from where they live, work, go to school, and play. I can not imagine a healthy, thriving community without that. We all understand budget issues. We're not naive. So I'm not going to make this now even about shutting down the Fairview Library, because you've promised you won't be doing that. I'm going to make this about increasing the resources to our neighborhood libraries, more hours, more days, more staff, more programs. That's what this community needs. And without that, Santa Monica would be poorer in ways well beyond what you can count in dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Walt Davis. Susan Hayden. Sorry, before you start, Ms. Hayden, I'm just going to call a few more names. Francisco Juarez, Jonathan Feldman, Dana Newman, and Lucian Plauzolas. If you could line up. If those people have left, I also have Nazanin Habib and Jason Lynn. Ms. Hayden?
Hi. I've been searching for a true home my whole life, and I've always found some version of it in a public library. I would become the librarian of my 5th grade classroom, and decades later, write my own book, as well as create a show called Library Girl, now in its 16th year at Ruskin Group Theater in Santa Monica. I've lived in Sunset Park for 35 years. When I was a young mom, I would take my son to toddler time at the Ocean Park Branch Library and the Fairview Branch, and it became like a second home to him and his friends. Neighborhood libraries are campfires with books, cultural centers, an invitation to connect and grow knowledge, build community, to never feel alone. They are a place in which we all belong. Everyone is invited, everyone is welcome, and the Fairview Branch Library is sacred. Tearing down a public library, to me, is like burning down a church or a temple. How dare you suggest such a thing, even by mistake? Libraries have saved my life and the lives of so many others. The Fairview Branch Library has been a compass and a map for over 70 years. It is our container, our original community center, the core and the heartbeat of our town, and it must remain the soul of Sunset Park. Thank you.
Thank you. So I called some names. I just want to make sure. Is this Dana? Dana Newman? I don't want to skip anyone, but go ahead.
Good evening.
I am a 28-year resident of Santa Monica, Sunset Park. The entire time, 9 of those years, I lived right on 21st Street, about a half a block down from Fairview, and took my kids there all the time. I'm the library board vice chair, and I'm also a literary agent. I work in the book publishing industry. So I am passionate about my support for our local libraries, which play a critical role in our communities as centers for information, education, and connection. Our residents have a right to access information in books that showcase a diversity of perspectives and experiences. Books build empathy, offer knowledge, and explore complex topics in long form. Libraries are essential community hubs that provide free access to these valuable tools and resources. And I appreciate the statement rolling back the idea of selling the Fairview Library. However, I remain extremely concerned about the lack of funding for all of our libraries, and in particular Fairview and Ocean Park, which are still only operating on a self-serve basis for limited hours per week. Just prior to the pandemic, Fairview welcomed 80,500 people through its doors and produced over 330 youth, family, and adult programs, with over 6,200 people in attendance. And 5 years later, the library budget is still only at 88% of these 2019 levels and 66% of the 2019 staffing levels. I attended a library conference about 2 years ago, and I was shocked to learn that Santa Monica is one of the few, if only, cities in Southern California that has still not restored its libraries to full operating hours. While library funding is just a small percentage of the overall budget, libraries have a huge impact on the quality of life in our city. Libraries are welcoming, safe spaces for all residents of all ages and backgrounds to gather, learn, and grow.
Thank you. Francisco Juarez.
Good evening. My name is Francisco Juarez. I'm here to talk about the beachfront property again. Please protect our right to set up pop-up tables, chairs, and shade atop the parking lot number 8 on Memorial Day, May 26th, because as previously stated, we intend to use our land for its deeded purpose. As stated here in public input 2 months ago, our Memorial Day barbecue on the deed-restricted beachfront property is for the residents, patients, and the veteran family of the National Home for Disabled Veterans, and this event is now in its final planning stages. This council has not reached out to us as if there is no concern or objection about this. Again, the beachfront property is legally and specifically deeded for the permanent, in quotes, enjoyment and healing of all disabled veteran residents and patients of the Inland National Home. You all know that we've gone through this with city, and we have the paper trail, including an official Chicago title search that supports our claim. Your city manager and city attorney used the $10,000 of taxpayer fund money that you commissioned to fabricate an interpretation by an unidentified entity without producing an official hard copy search document for public review. The best the city manager could do was try and convince us that the deeded beachfront property is on a different part of the bluff. That amounts to fraudulent and irresponsible behavior by city that a forthright, even mildly patriotic city council would concern itself with, and I hope you do. Unfortunately, the underlying sentiment comes across as we must silence and ignore the veteran advocates and sweep this beachfront property issue under the rug. Let's discuss it over barbecue. You're all invited.
Thank you. All right. Walt Davis, Jonathan Feldman. What's your name, sir?
Lucian Pozol.
Okay, go ahead, come up.
Lucian Pozol, I'm a 56-year resident of the city of Santa Monica and former chair of the library board. I had the pain to be chair of the library board during those years when the budget was cut by 47%, and I could see that we had a head librarian who left right afterwards, of course, writhing in pain as she fired the people that she had just hired with national searches, finding the best talent in the country. What I would like to do tonight is to thank Councilmember Zwick for his lighting a fire under the community, because I think that this is what we really needed, and I think that you will hear from us quite a bit more. Just one little comment. In 2020, there was a little bit of a riot, and there was some mismanagement by the police department, and the core of our business district was burned, basically, burned and looted. The lack of supervision for the police, 200 million, I understand? And yet that is the budget that grows every year. Meanwhile, the budget for the library is barely back up to about 67, 68% of what it was without even counting inflation. I would like to call on your values, and this is something that's going to be ongoing. I understand that you've already had a lot of your budget process done this year, but I hope that next year we will really see some action. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call a few more names. Nazanin Habib, Jason Lynn, Sarah, Catherine Hewitt, Elijah. And if you come to the podium, just state your name since we're kind of going out of order.
Hello, my name is Nazanin Habib. I'll do my best to edit my comment given the new information on the spot, but I do have a really bad migraine. Just please keep that in mind. But before I do, I just wanted to respond to Mayor Pro Tem Terosis's comment earlier about the library not being on the agenda today. I find that when something is on the agenda, it's already too late by then. Council members have already made up their minds. And so I don't necessarily think it's effective to voice your opinion for the very first time when something appears on the agenda. Okay, I was born and raised in Santa Monica. My hope was to remain here indefinitely, but I'm not so sure about that anymore these days, as Santa Monica has changed drastically, especially in the last couple of years, and not necessarily for the better. I have a lot of respect for anyone who can, admit that they were wrong about something, and I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Zwick. But I did want to just go ahead and read my comment anyways, because just the idea and considering the thought of demolishing a library is very terrifying and disturbing to me. What's really ironic is that one of the last books that I checked out and read for the very first time from the library was Fahrenheit 451. And for anyone who's unfamiliar with Fahrenheit 451, it's a book that was written in the 50s by Ray Bradbury, and it's set in a dystopian future in which both reading and books are banned. And firefighters exist not to put out fires, but rather to ignite them when someone has been reported hiding books. And the reason for the title is that 451 degrees Fahrenheit is the temperature at which books burn. So I found it to be quite a coincidence that this happened right after I read the book, and I request that you please restore the library's funding. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know some folks have left, and so I'm just going to keep calling these names. Jason Lynn, Sarah, Catherine Hewitt, Elijah, Alex Purves, Ashley Olson, Jackie Stansbury, Claire Thomas, and Roberta Brown. Miss Olson, okay.
In honor of Earth Day, I am here again to urge you to prioritize public health and environmental health in response to the condition on our beaches. Last time I shared independent testing I conducted on the beach sand after the Palisades fire. Since then, the LA Department of Public Health has released its own results, and they're even more alarming. Like my data, they also found arsenic and lead, but up to 300% higher. For example, lead levels, mine was 9, theirs was 21. Copper, harmful to marine life, my result was 12, and theirs was 32. Chromium levels, my highest was 4.2, and theirs was 16. The contamination is not improving, it's worsening. After the February rains, our storm drains filled with fire debris, ash, and pieces of homes. Sand berms were briefly built to block pollution from re-entering the ocean, but then removed. A devastating decision and a missed opportunity to protect the marine ecosystem. We were told it came from the ocean and that as though it makes it okay to release it, and it would require hundreds of trucks for removal. But in 1939, over 13 million cubic meters of sand was transported to build our beach. I find it hard to believe nearly a century later we couldn't facilitate debris removal from our storm drains. On Saturday, I watched children playing with the charred debris. One toddler had ash and soot in his mouth. We have vague advisories, but nothing more than that to warn people about the fire debris or the heavy metals or toxic exposure. Meanwhile, local businesses are suffering, and a local hotel owner told me that business is down 60%, but ignoring the situation won't fix the problem. So I'm asking council to do the bare minimum and post a Proposition 65 warning around our storm drains, letting the public know what they might be exposed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Jackie Stansbury? Claire Thomas?
Hi, my name is Claire Thomas. I live 3 blocks from the Fairview Library branch in the Sunset Park neighborhood, and I was a frequent patron until COVID. When COVID hit and the council discussed what priorities they were, the 3 that were on top were to maintain police and fire and the library. Those were the 3 top priorities when COVID hit. So just a reminder, I know you guys weren't here at the time. I want to thank you, Jesse, for having the maturity to apologize for your prior remark. You now see that we, the citizens of Santa Monica, are paying attention to the words and actions of our elected officials, and I look forward to your vigorous efforts in returning Fairview and all the branches of Santa Monica Public Library to pre-COVID levels, including staffing, hours, and the Wi-Fi. Thanks.
Thank you. Ellen Mark, or I'm sorry, are you Roberta?
Yes.
Sorry, come on.
I thought I was next.
Well, some people have left, so it's hard to tell. Just state your name.
Yes, I'm Roberta Brown. I raised a Santa Monica native on the programs at the Fairview Library. There are exceptional, always have been exceptional bilingual programs there. I travel down there from Wilmont. I'm not in the Sunset Park area. Clearly, we have already discussed that you are not planning currently to close the Fairview Library. I wanted to know if I could perhaps use what remains of my minute to have you do what you did for the dog and for 1 or 2 other groups, which is do a photo op with all of the people with the signs to make a visual commitment to back up your verbal commitment to not close this library. Is that an option?
No, I don't think so because it's not agendized. I know it gets complicated, but I did take photos of folks out front, so I will circulate those because I was there earlier when you guys were out, and I did take photos of everyone in here.
We do have photos out front, yes. When I saw you taking pictures with the dog, I thought, how about taking pictures of your commitment to the library?
If you give me your jacket, I'll consider it. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll give you my sign.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Mark?
Hi, Mayor and council members, thank you for your service. And I just wanted to say that I've learned so much from the experience of being part of this rally and getting together people to support libraries, and in particular Fairview Branch Library, which to me is an anchor of our neighborhood. I want to say also that librarians are a very tough and passionate bunch of people, and do not underestimate us. We want to see Fairview and Ocean Park and Montana come back. When I first moved to Santa Monica, I was so proud that there was such support for libraries, and I want to see that continue for my grandchildren, for posterity, and for all of our benefit. We're not going to give up. We're not going to give up. We're not going to go away. So thank you, Mr. Swick, for having the courage to speak up. But we want to see that maintained and not go down. You know, they say when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And so we have to find a way to build our libraries back up to where they were. It's a precious, precious gift. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mark. Okay, I've got Patrick Percy, Judith Meister, John Lusek, Helena Taylor, Nicole Kolhoff, and then I have Nikki Kolhoff, which I think is the same person, and then David Morris. Judith? Well, yeah, I think you're next.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Negretti and council members. So I guess we've been busy making some good trouble, and I think that's helpful. I appreciate Councilmember Zwick's comments. So I just want to say a couple of things that I observed during this process of the last month of gathering support. One is that we've got a generation of new babies and toddlers who have never been into Fairview Library, and I think that's really a shame. The other is that we've been too quiet. You know, I come every time I can and ask for more funding and talk about the importance of our libraries. But, you know, as Lou said, it took, you know, a threat to really wake up the community. So I'm glad that we did, and we have found our voice, and I believe you'll be hearing from us. And the third thing I wanted to say is, you know, I certainly understand about the challenges of the budget, but when you're looking at the operational budget, I really hope that you seek to balance better. You know, the library has been ignored pretty much. You know, we got some funding, but, you know, if you look at where the funding has gone over the last 5 years, it hasn't been to our social infrastructure. And I think the community is really asking for that, for the connections. So please keep that in mind as you approve the budget. And thanks again.
Thank you, Judith. Patrick Percy? Oh, no. Are you John Lusek? Okay, John Lusek. Come on down. It's like The Price is Right.
Yeah, right. It's kind of a fun day. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Lusek. I live here in Santa Monica, and I love my town. I love my cats. I love my home. I love my son. I'm a single father, and I'm a very, very, very nice person. I want to tell you that probably one of my most favorite memories in my life, not at the time it happened, but still now as an adult, is when my mom used to sit me down and ask me to read for a half hour before bed. One of the best experiences of my life. I grew up loving to read books, explore books, and learn many new things from books, advance my education. I'm a student here at Santa Monica College, and I'm a student late at night. When I go home, I open a book and I read and I try to learn something new. I don't have television in my house anymore, too many commercials. I don't want their ideas in my mind. I want to learn new things. I'm 40 years old. I only have so many years of life left, and I want to use it to learn in advance. One of my best memories as a kid is walking the library with my babysitter. When you go to a library, you open a book. In that book, you have the possibility of reading things and using your imagination to create anything new in your mind so your mind can learn and grow, and you can actually become a better person. Television helps to program us. Books help to expand us. As a single father, it's my dream to walk my kid to the Fairview Library and read a book, because that is my local library. That is my most favorite library in the world, because it's mine down the street from my house. And I'm going to do everything I can for the rest of my life as I live here in my little home on the beach to make sure that that library is a wonderful place. Where I grew up on the East Coast, I used to donate 1 hour of my time every week in my freshman year of college to reading stories at the library. And I commit to do the same thing here. If you increase the funding on that library and you help make it a better place for free, I will be there every week.
Thank you, Mr. Lusek.
1 hour a week to read.
You should be doing voiceovers for sure. You have a very convincing voice. We'll be in touch. I believe it. I believe it. Well, thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. Helena Taylor, Nikki Kolhoff.
That was awesome. I have a procedural question first for the city attorney. Is a public hearing part of the 6 minutes? My understanding from school board meetings is that a public hearing, meaning item 12, does not count against the 6 minutes because it's a separate meeting with respect to public comment.
Right now, we're doing public comment on items not on the agenda.
I understand
Okay.
that, but I'm trying to clarify for signing up later.
Oh.
I'm being told I only have 4 minutes after this, but I think if you want to speak to item 12, it's a public hearing and a separate item that shouldn't count against your 6. Okay.
You're checking now and before she's done. Okay.
Okay. All right. Good evening. My name is Nikki Kohlhoff, Santa Monica resident. I'm changing my comments to speak to the sad news I read today about losing a deal for the Olympics. This is a global event that brings joy and pride to our community. It's just a travesty that we are not going to participate. Where is our vision? Where is our focus on residents and things we enjoy? I hope the library response shows people are fed up with the priorities not aligning with the residents. For the Olympics, I've heard the amount is $14 million, that we can't risk $14 million between now and 2028. But every week, every meeting, more than $14 million is risked on things that most of us wouldn't choose to spend that money on, including $300 million on lump sum settlements with no questions asked. Also getting dragged kicking and screaming to do a deal on the auditorium that also brings joy. We should be able to find $14 million between now and 2028 for the Olympics. Related to sports and our youth, I wanted to make sure you were aware of another issue that came to light last night at a meeting about the Franklin Elementary campus plan. We learned the grass field will get chopped in half and replaced by turf. This is a park under the joint use agreement. It's not just a school site. It is a public park and a public sports field. Carrie Upton claims that city staff has approved of this and is fine. I haven't seen any discussion on the point. So are you aware of this? Is the city participating in the CEQA process, which is now and comments are due tomorrow? Is it okay for the school district to reduce field space by half and still get all of its money under the joint use agreement? We really need to focus back on the residents and things the residents and kids need, like libraries, sports fields, and even the Olympics.
Thank you, Ms. Clough. I just, on that note, want to make I guess it's a point of personal privilege. It's not really personal, but just on the note of the Olympics, some of us made some comments on our social medias, but I just want to be clear that all of us wanted to have the Olympics here, and it was not our choice to disengage in those negotiations. So just in the event that nobody saw that press release, it was not the city of Santa Monica that decided to not continue to negotiate. It was LA 28. All I'm saying is that we were not the ones that initiated not going forward with further negotiations. So,
Mayor?
Yes.
If I could respond on the procedural question?
Oh, yeah.
The council rules provide that members of the public have up to 6 minutes per council meeting to speak.
In
So 6
totality, but
minutes
she's
total.
saying that
No, the council rules provide that for the entire meeting, you get 6 minutes total.
whether there's a public,
No, it's still the same council meeting here.
okay. I have David Morris.
And then, Mayor, I don't know if you missed these names on your list, but somehow names got called out of order. We still have 3 more speakers left.
Yeah, I called everything down the list, but if you can give me the other names. Okay, David Morris is up now, right? And what are the other 2 names?
Orlando Valdez, Zoe Montaner, and then Judith switched places. She with Aaron, so she should still be here too.
I called Judith earlier, but I don't have Zoe.
Switch, please.
Okay, so Judith, if you're here, and Orlando Valdez and Zoe Montaner. If you could please come up, if you're still here. Okay, and then David Morris, go ahead.
I've been asked to speak and continue John Alley's speech to finalize it. Everyone on this council, including Mayor Lana Negrete, is against district elections. In fact, Mayor Negrete called district elections, quote, a silly race thing. This council is bigoted when it suits them. council's views do not reflect the values of Santa Monica. None of the people on this dais want district elections because they care about clinging to their seats. You would never win in a district. You're a bunch of random people installed either via appointments or rigged elections to do the bidding of special interest groups. There are even some carpetbaggers on the dais. The city has descended into a state of financial ruin and a hellscape under your governance. When is the last time you walked in downtown Santa Monica? Do you realize you can't walk one block there without being confronted with antisocial behavior, drugs, violence, and the odor of urine on the sidewalks? You want to raise the bus fare and rob poor people further because you can't manage the over $700 million budget. You want to sell public land to pay reparations. You all need to go, and the Assembly bill out of Sacramento couldn't come any sooner. I'd like to speak to myself about the security of this city. You people are now incumbents, some of them many years, others over 2 years. The situation of the security in this city, all throughout the city, from Wilshire all the way to Lincoln Marine Avenue, is completely untenable. It's impossible to anyone to walk down the street and feel secure in this city, anywhere in this city. You have done nothing. Everything has been reversed. And what is the answer? What have you people been voting?
Thank you. Orlando, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Orlando Valdez, Samo High class of 96, and I'm also a Traffic Services Officer with the Santa Monica Police Department, a position I've had for 2 decades. I'm here tonight to let you know that we delivered a 7th petition to the City Manager's Office on Friday, March 28th. In short, we are seeking to leave our current union affiliation, the Municipal Employees Association, MEA, and join the Service Employees International Union Local 721. This petition has the majority support of public safety employees, including animal control officers, code enforcement, community services, custody, forensics, pier and harbor services, police records, public safety dispatchers, public services, and traffic services. After serving as a director and MEA president, I concluded MEA's governance structure is inadequate for representing the specialized job classifications it currently serves. MEA represents 160 distinct job titles across 13 different departments, which often results in generalized representation, leaving many public safety roles underrepresented in key decisions and negotiations. We respectfully ask that the City Council facilitate the review and approval of our petition to sever ties with MEA. We also ask for your support in forming a dedicated bargaining group for public safety employees. We are willing to meet to discuss the timeline and next steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to say class of 97 was better. I'm just kidding. Nikki, I'm sorry, we already had Nikki Kohlhoff. We've got Zoe Montanera, and that's the last speaker, correct, for this portion of the public comments?
I'm waiting for the time.
Okay, Zoe Montanera.
Yes, I'm waiting for the time of the clock just to be in 2 minutes. Hi, council members. Thank you so much, Mr. Swick, for being so transparent and recognizing the mistake. Last Thursday, I was preparing my remarks to go to the 2025 Spring Assembly for the Student Senate of the California Community College, when I found the agenda that a self-proclaimed anti-Semite was going to be the keynote speaker. The president of the Student Senate for California Community College invited Linda Sarsour, a Palestinian-American activist that has accepted and admitted in the press her anti-Semitism. By now, you should know that the last year, Santa Monica College faced scrutiny and federal investigations regarding allegations of anti-Semitism, particularly after the student support in Israel were denied registration, leading to concerns about the college's ability to provide a safe and inclusive environment for Jewish students. That this was done on Friday, on Shabbos, was an insult. I went to the conference or to the assembly, and I spoke publicly about this. And then Linda Sarsour told Ivan Rodriguez, the president of the Senate, to call security and remove me from a workshop that was hosted after the keynote speaking. You celebrated the Santa Monica College Foundation a couple weeks ago, and I understand they do great work. But that this happened on taxpayers' dollars, that Linda Sarsour was paid with taxpayers' dollars is dangerous and reckless. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you recall the other name?
Or Heather Thomason.
Heather Thomason?
Good evening. I'll try to keep this really brief. Mayor Negrete, Mayor Pro Tem Torosis, council members, thank you all for your service. This is not an easy job. In light of the rally today, I feel compelled to share my perspective that selling city land, especially when it is only offering a single-use shot of financial morphine, ignores the underlying problem of the city's finances rather than attempting to fully address the problem with plans for growth or belt tightening. And I worry that it does so in the service of what seems to be a dogmatic development-first approach that is misguided. I'm so glad to hear that this one was not a serious proposal, and thank you for being willing to recognize a mistake. That is an increasingly important thing for all of us. I hope you all will resist the temptation to sell city land, because once it's gone forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now it's done.
Okay, and so that concludes public comment on items that are not on the agenda.
Correct. We'll now move on to public input on items under special agenda items, consent calendar, and closed session only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption, and there are 2 speakers for this item.
Okay, I have Zoe Montanera and Denise Barton.
These are items on the agenda.
Yeah. Oh, on closed session.
Closed session, special agenda items, and consent.
So 4E, can I speak on 4E?
Yeah.
Yes.
Second reading of the adoption,
Not on second reading. There's no public input on second reading.
okay, so then I cannot speak on 4E. Then, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're correct, because we already took public comment last time that was on. Denise Barton?
Good evening. Beginning with item 4I, my first question would be, if the city's making much less revenue than it did in financial year 2019 to 20 before the rioting, looting, and pandemic, then how can the city go back to those employee numbers without running a deficit, especially due to the significant increase in city employee pay, in addition to having much more liability due to the continuing PAL lawsuits? For example, please do note in the staff report at the end of the discussion section, the cost of temporary workers increases just over $700,000 from the financial year before. Although if this action is to cover workers who don't want to return after the hybrid work policy ends, it's not as bad as long as they don't turn into permanent employees, adding to the city's pension liability, partially due to bad investment policies. Next, item 4A, the annual comprehensive financial report for year ending June 30th, 2024. Again, isn't this item normally its own item in another agenda category? If so, then why is it being buried in the consent calendar now? What, do you not want everyone to see that you are in your own council member seats for your own personal financial benefit, while you don't fulfill your obligation to your oath of office to have a safe city due to your prioritization of overdevelopment and your personal special interests over proper fiscal management of the city? Thank you.
I wanted to talk on 4A.
Thank you.
4A.
A?
4A, okay.
After After hearing so many members of the community that want to restore the library, last week I participated in a meeting with the participatory budgeting people. Participatory budgeting is a democratic process where the community members directly decide how to spend part of a public budget, giving them a voice in how taxpayer dollars are allocated. I spoke to David Gardiner and Lisa Parsons, and they told me that they have put this on the agenda for the next 2 years because there's no money to do this now. However, after the comments of the library support, I think that if the city attorney decides to file charges to Apartments.com, Chanbasser, and the Suarez team for the violations that they did in 643 Pacific, they have the money to give to the library in participatory budgeting. So we have to do litigation, get the money, and give it to the people to open the library. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public input on special agenda items and consent calendar.
That is correct. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I didn't get any messages to pull any items.
Mayor? I moved the consent calendar.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm going to ask, I'm sorry, belatedly, just to pull 4B for very brief comments. Violating our own rules.
Okay.
Great. So you want to move the rest?
Council members, so,
I'll second.
and would you like to modify that to move everything with the exception of
I'll move
4B?
the entire consent calendar with the exception of 4B.
And I'll second that.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Terosa, seconded by Councilmember Snell. All in favor?
Oh, no, we need to do a
Oh,
roll call. Might be
okay.
I don't know if there's financial items on this, but.
All right, we have Councilmember Hall.
Okay. I'm sorry. Councilmember Zernitzkaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 4B, adoption of Sustainable Communities Planning Grant Resolution for the Santa Monica Neighborhood Greenways Quick Build Project.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I don't need a staff report. I don't have any questions. I'm just really excited about this item. I want to thank the mobility staff for going out and seeking this grant and winning this grant. Members of the Wilmont community have spoken for many years about their desire to have both elderly, their children, and everyone in between be able to walk, bike safely in the community between the churches and schools in that neighborhood. Washington has long been considered a neighborhood greenway, but it doesn't have any of the safety elements that would actually enable people to move safely through that community without fear of being struck by a vehicle or otherwise injured. So I'm just very excited that the staff proactively went after this grant and won it, and I look forward to working with them on some solutions to make that an even safer, more walkable neighborhood. So thank you. And I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
Oh, okay, moved by Councilmember Zwick, seconded by Councilmember Snell.
Councilmember Zernitzkaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
All right, we'll now move on to closed session.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We have 2 items on the agenda. 5A, which is consideration of the city manager position. Item 5B is a conference with legal counsel regarding an initiation of litigation, and 5C was pulled at the request of staff.
City Attorney, when do you think we'll be
Let's
out?
shoot for 30 minutes, 7:40.
Okay.
Wow. Doug.
So we won't be back any earlier than 7:40, and we will see you then. Thank you.
Oh, there, I can do it. Is it on? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I can just.
Calling everybody back to the dais. We are back from closed session. City Attorney, is there anything to report out? Yeah.
They're really good.
Testing.
So Doug is working out his new DJ name, DJ Jazzy Doug, and this is EDM. Okay, it's off. All matters were heard. There was nothing to report out. I don't know what's going on.
Hello? Okay. Can I go? Okay. You'll tell me, Nikki?
Test.
Test.
Causing the feedback. All right, but I was off though. I had even completely logged out.
Okay, and microphone is muted.
Yeah, and it's still happening.
And if you
Should I just shut down? No. Go back to that microphone.
Oh, I'm here.
Should you try turning this one off? Because again, this one's feeding back out. But I test. No.
Go to the city manager report, clerk? Is that okay? Yes. Thank you, city manager.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. As you're all aware, this morning, we announced that Santa Monica will not host beach volleyball during the 2028 Summer Olympics. This is certainly not the outcome we had hoped for, and Santa Monica would have been the perfect venue. Despite best efforts by staff during 2 years of negotiations, we could not reach consensus with LA 28 on key parts of the proposed agreement around community benefits, financial risk, and pier operations, all things that could have had significant impacts on our community and the city. We're disappointed, but also excited about the new opportunities this opens up for the city when the Olympics come to the region in 2028. I look forward to sharing more with you in the coming months. I'm pleased to share that Palisades Charter High School will officially open at the site of the former Sears building downtown on April 22nd. The 2,000-plus Pali High students have been learning remotely since the Palisades fire in January, and I am very grateful that our city is able to provide them with a space to reunite and resume in-person learning as a community. We'll share more information on logistics between now and the 22nd, but I do want to give a heads up that there will be a lot more activity in that area during the 7 to 8 weeks before school lets out for the summer. An interdepartmental city team has been working round the clock to ensure a smooth rollout, but we thank everyone for their patience and understanding as we adjust to new patterns. In other exciting news, the Santa Monica Airport conversion project is entering its third phase of public outreach and engagement, and there's a new survey available for the public to take at santamonica.gov. This survey asks the community to weigh in on different elements of the site design to help inform sample scenarios that will be presented to the council in July. And save the date for May 19th for the next community engagement event at the airport related to the project. Lastly, as you heard last meeting, we're now in the midst of Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, and there are a ton of fun, creative, engaging events for all ages throughout the city this month. Saturday, April 26th, in particular, is going to be an exciting day of arts in our city with the beloved family-friendly Arts and Literacy Festival at Virginia Avenue Park from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and then the new Art Music Promenade, or AMP, Festival from 12 to 7 on the 3rd Street Promenade, put on by our friends at Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. There's no better time to take advantage of all the city has to offer related to the arts. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do any council members have anything to report on travel since our last meeting? Seeing none, we'll now move on to public input on the remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. Public input for 12 items will be heard at the time when the public hearing is called. It looks like we have approximately 17 people in the queue.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to call a few names up. Zoe Montanera, Denise Barton, Jonathan Foster, and Heather Thomason.
I would like to speak on item 16B. Produce a dashboard on the city website for the public to view the city attorney criminal prosecution data. I was speaking to some of the residents outside that not only it will be beneficial to do the criminal prosecution data, but also the complaints that the residents file with the city attorney's office. I have filed several times with landlords, consumer protection, that this is from the city attorney's office, tenant harassment, and low-hanging fruit because the violations are egregious. The Santa Monica Daily Press published on November 22 of 2021, Focus on Housing Rights and Resources continues at City Attorney's Office. However, my experience is that landlords are not being prosecuted. And then we found ourselves in the situation where we are in a dire, financial crisis, but there's money on the table that is not being asked from people that violate the ordinances of the city. So why we are going to have laws if nobody is going to enforce them? The city of Santa Monica also gave a business license for someone that was breaking the law in the city with a business license and lied in the application. The same document from the city says that federal and legal requirements on accessibility for individuals with disabilities, and this is a federal, law. So I'm finding very confusing that we have all this in writing, but we're not enforcing. And I think this is a great idea to have this information, but to add the people that fire.
Thank you. Denise Barton?
Good evening. On item 10A, the updated nuisance ordinance, I can only hope that by expanding it to include maintenance, it will apply to the building I live in, and there will be some teeth to the enforcement of these conditions, such as the fire doors will be fixed, so not only the manager's key fob works to open the fire doors to gain access to the floors our units are on, otherwise the doors are held open with tape, or the ongoing sewage pump problem the building has had due to the elevators on the first floor having a strong smell of sewage as recently as last month, as well as the toxic Fabulosa cleaner, the toxic air mist, time mist air fresheners, and unidentified white powder in the common areas of the building. Uses will be discontinued. One can only hope. Next, item 16D. I do hope it is your true intention to bring city staff back to City Hall, because as we've seen with the people concerned who couldn't account for $1.4 million in funding, but then the city accepted whatever receipts they submitted, which really didn't account for the funding. Or what about David White's writing the introductions for the audit reports, including information that wasn't true about city employees' actions and accounting? It's not like the city has a history of telling the truth, so I hope you can understand my skepticism that you'll send a survey to city employees asking, do you want to keep your hybrid work? And do you think you're accomplishing something? And how can city employees serve the public from behind closed doors? And what kind of public service is this? Because if they're not serving the public, who are they serving really? Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Foster?
Hi, Jonathan Foster on 16C and a little bit of 10A. So it's probably about safety. It says safety concerns, a curfew on the beach. And that sounds really nice, but one of the things I've noticed that the city also wants to do, it wants to go along with that outdoor entertainment zone, the late night party stuff, because you want customers and people. And there's also a push to do a 4 a.m. up late party zone for alcohol sales, right? So it's all going hand in hand. And so you want them up late to have customers, and some of them might want to take, a real high drunk walk after smoking up some pot at the Santa Monica Get High locations. Wouldn't be able to take a walk on the beach like they do in Florida. They kiss and touch, they go home and try to make a baby, and they get real high blood and real alcohol blood and pot blood and whatever else kind of blood they put in their body. And if they make a baby, we know there's the possibility of birth defects is really high for when people make babies on all that crap. And Santa Monica government seems to support all of this bad behavior. Sure does. I mean, it supports abortion. So after, if they've been misled by Santa Monica, maybe they can just kill it, right? It's called abortion. And you would do this for safety. How come we're not doing this for the illegal aliens? How come we're not getting rid of the illegal aliens? You call it a public nuisance, right? What if the entertainment zone turns into the public nuisance? When everybody that would be on the beach doesn't have anywhere to go and then they're doing a party zone, they're going to be by the party zone selling drugs. So it's not going away unless you do the right thing, which is get rid of the.
Thank you. Heather Thomason? And I have you down twice.
Okay, so I have 4 minutes.
What items are you speaking on?
Oh, sorry, 16E, 16F, and if I have time, 16B.
So you have 4 minutes, but you can split it up however you want, yeah.
Okay. Hi again, I'm Heather Thomason. And to speak first on 16E, I'm very concerned about endorsing SB 79 at this time. SB 79 would allow 7-story buildings near almost any bus stop, covering almost all of Santa Monica. And this is with no affordability requirements. Our city would become unrecognizable. And for what? Despite claims this bill will make housing less affordable, developers will always outbid home buyers, demolish homes, and build luxury units that maximize profit. Our most diverse neighborhoods and rent-controlled buildings will be targeted first, displacing longtime residents for wealthy renters. The oversimplified idea that more supply automatically lowers prices ignores that demand for homes in Santa Monica is essentially unlimited. A study from economists at the Federal Reserve of San Francisco confirmed last week resident wealth and income affects prices far more than supply. Vancouver, as an example, recently added tens of thousands of unconstrained units, yet remains one of the most expensive cities in all of North America. Santa Monica already has high vacancy rates, according to the California Department of Finance, 9.5% overall, 11.1% in multifamilies. So why are we doing this when it won't help lower the cost of housing? Many of us know that developers are the big winners from bills like this, and the people who live here will lose when the fabric of our communities is torn to pieces by displacement. Now turning briefly to 16F, SB 677 would, among other things, lift the owner occupancy requirement for residential lot splits statewide. The owner occupancy requirement in SB 9 and SB 450 reaffirmed was specifically included to prevent developer exploitation. Without this requirement, developers with all cash will outbid regular home buyers, split lots, and build dense luxury housing that maximizes their profit. With no affordability requirements, it will result in 0 truly affordable new homes. This law will drive up land costs, making housing even more expensive for everyone, especially families seeking single-family homes. If the fact that this legislation will harm the fabric and character of our city while doing nothing to help affordability isn't enough reason to reject it, there are also crucial legal reasons why council should not vote in favor of this resolution to support this legislation, SB 677, because on April 22nd, one of the same issues that's in these unpassed state laws will be voted on in our own local process, the owner occupancy requirement for lot splits. It would be wise for City Council to wait to take a stand on this until then, when it will have a chance to be fully heard, because voting on these items prematurely and preemptively is legally dangerous. There is a lawsuit against the city right now that hinges in part on these issues, and voting on these resolutions now could have profound implications for it and tip scales of justice toward one ruling. That would possibly be grounds for yet another lawsuit against the city. Given the city's precarious financial position, we really can't afford to make 2 totally unnecessary resolutions that could invite even more litigation against the city. Finally, about both of these, we're being asked to endorse a bill without final language or city analysis. If these changes could permanently alter our city, don't we need to know that they are good for Santa Monica before endorsing them? Please vote no on this. Lastly, I just want to say that I support the 16B item. I think transparency is great, and it led me to think also that it would be wonderful if on our city portal we could have information that shows a graph of the RENA housing and where.
Thank you. All right, let me call a few more names. Elizabeth Van Denenberg, Kathy Knight, Nikki Kohlhoff, and Alex Brown.
Mayor, if you'll indulge me too, I believe we do have that dashboard.
Do you want to state where it is?
Sorry, Elizabeth Vandenberg, am I next?
Yes, sorry,
Thank you so much.
Elizabeth.
Sorry. Please speak into mic. It's even getting shorter. Okay, I'm speaking on items 16E and 16F. Good evening, Mayor Negretti and the city council members, and to Dan Hall, who is somewhere up there. Hi. I oppose Council City Member Zwick's support for the unpassed, not analyzed, and not finalized SB 79 and SB 677. These state bills show these people don't care about their lack of affordable housing requirements, lack of their environmental impact analyses, or the ultimate result being gentrification of cities, which means existing affordable housing is replaced with market rate housing. What is government for? To help achieve what markets can't achieve, or for the common good services which markets cannot provide, such as police, fire, and libraries. Instead, these bills keep rolling out of Sacramento as giveaways to developers, which erode the diversity of our city, especially with respect to the elderly and the low-income residents, and as well the ability to grow generational wealth of real people, not corporations or companies, who, though God knows how it happened mechanism, are allowed to buy our land and build on it only for money, not to rent or buy a home to live in, or raise a family in, or maybe just grow vegetables in a raised garden. The push for market rate housing through these bills is relentless and will destroy our diversity, our families, our generational wealth, and our ability to maintain the affordable housing we do have. I want my city government to worry about how its residents make money, not how developers make money. The market will take care of that, specifically in Santa Monica. So I oppose Councilmember Zick's resolutions. When I talk about abundance, it's to provide support and resources to the poor, the old, the people who cannot defend themselves, the meek, the children, and residential community who don't want you to sell our community assets, especially our libraries, and not by giving developers the right to strafe our city with unregulated market rate housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Kathy Knight.
Ms. Knight, I have you down twice. Are you speaking on 2 items or just one?
Can I speak on probably both? Because how many minutes do I get?
You have 4 left for the night.
Oh, okay. I'll speak on both.
Okay.
Do I put this down? Oh,
You can bend it down if you want. There you go.
okay. Thank you. I'm Kathy Knight, and I've been living here in the city about 30 years. And
Kathy, what items are you speaking on?
oh, I'm sorry. I'm speaking on items 16E and 16F.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And basically, I really am opposed to these 2 items very, very much. I remember going through this kind of thing before, and when we lost, there was Scott Wiener, who's a senator in California, some years ago, he took away our right as a city council and the right of city councils all over the state of California by passing this kind of law where city councils couldn't control their own development anymore. It was taken away from them and is controlled by a standard law in California. So we used to have control of our own zoning and our own development here. It was our decision, and now what was taken away from us. And so I don't want to see more of it taken away, and I don't want to see supporting that. I don't want to see these bills support that taking away of our right to control our own zoning. it supports it. And that's something we shouldn't support. We should support getting back control of our own zoning and our own development. So it's a city issue, not one controlled by state laws. So what I would like to see is the opposite of this request. We want to have control of our own development again. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Kolhoff?
Ms. Koloff, I have you down twice too. Are you speaking on multiple items?
Yes, I am.
You may proceed.
Good evening, Nikki Kolhoff again. First, I'm speaking in opposition to 16E and 16F. I will start with the procedural problems. These are not final, so you don't even know what you're voting on yet. It would be irresponsible and dangerous to do that. These are developer-pushed housing bills, so they are notorious for last-minute changes, so you would be signing Santa Monica onto something sight unseen. That is not okay for us. No analysis has been conducted by either the county or the city staff as to what the impact of these laws would actually be. How can you support something with no analysis of the outcomes? And you couldn't have an analysis of the outcomes because the bill's words aren't known. There is a public hearing in Santa Monica on these related topics April 22nd. So voting on this today effectively nullifies those public meetings that you all asked for back in December. We are entitled, as residents of Santa Monica, to a free, fair, and transparent public hearing on our zoning and loose designations. A vote on these 16 items will lock you in to a support on April 22nd and deny us the hearing and full public engagement that we're entitled to. We've already heard about the legal problems. There's already a lawsuit against the city relating to owner occupancy, and your views and actions on this will impact that litigation and open you up to more litigation. And again, they impact our right to be heard on April 22nd if you lock yourself in tonight. Substantively, these are also flawed. SB 79 overrides our local control of zoning to legalize tall, multifamily buildings anywhere within half a mile of high-quality public transit. That definition is somewhat of a joke if you really look at it. Our living near a big blue bus line that goes to UCLA counts as high-quality transit. That doesn't take me where I need to go to work. It doesn't take any of my neighbors where they need to go to work or go to a ballpark or go shopping or anything else. That counts under this bill. That is why all of Santa Monica, with a few exceptions, becomes subject to 7 stories high under SB 79. That is sloppy. We can do better. Furthermore, we've got to push back on the false notion that building more creates affordability. It's just false. The more parcels you let me build on my lot, the more money you've just handed to me because my lot is worth more. You didn't make it affordable. You made it more expensive. And you made it so the only people who can afford to buy my lot are developers with cash who are going to scrape it and build rental units. So you've also reduced the supply of homes for sale with these bills. If you reduce the supply of homes for sale, then the prices will go up because you have fewer of them around. They certainly aren't going to go down, which is your professed goal here. So, unless you know that this is going to help us, you have no reason to vote yes. We do not know it will help. We do know it will harm. So you should feel compelled to vote yes. Also, I would really love to caution against all of this 16-item governing. Everybody was preparing for a meaningful hearing on the 22nd, and throwing in things like this on a Friday night, 2 working days before a meeting, is just not fair to the residents, and I discourage that in the future. Finally, I want to say that I support 16B, C, and D. I welcome all transparency and accountability. I think we should be using the most expensive.
Thank you. Kathy and Alex Brown, and then after Alex, I have Amy Gottstein, Denny Zane, Claire Thomas, and Denise Neal. And I'll just call the last name as well, Hajar. I also have Hajar. Alex Brown.
Hey guys, how are you? I'm here on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce and our members to voice support for item 16C, the proposal to establish a nighttime curfew on Santa Monica beaches. Our beaches are one of our city's greatest treasures, but after dark, they increasingly become hotspots for fights, disturbances, and unsafe behavior. This isn't just a safety issue, it's a public image and economic issue as well. Firstly, a nighttime curfew would give outreach teams the platform to connect unhoused individuals to shelter services and long-term solutions, not leave them vulnerable overnight on the sand. And it would also help protect not just public safety, but our local businesses and tourism economy. When our beaches feel unsafe, visitors stay away, and that's lost revenue for the city, lost jobs, and lost funding for the services we all depend on. Santa Monica deserves a beach that reflects our values: safe, clean, compassionate, and vibrant. And let's take this simple but meaningful step forward to achieve those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Amy Gottstein.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here to talk about 10A, first reading. There is a general concern from the community of renters that code enforcement isn't doing as much as they could do. I'll describe it as a set it and forget it. So in the event, for example, of a rampant work without permit, they might issue a fine, but not traditionally follow up and make sure that a permit is obtained or obtained in a timely manner. And so I'm really interested in the discussion in the staff report with respect to administrative citations, because I think it makes erroneous assumptions that they are frequently given, and that is not the case. The staff report also includes an interesting chart here describing how only 32% of citation dollars are collected, and 37% are of partially or fully paid, and that's very, very low amount of money of collections. And so I'm kind of concerned about that too, like what's happening and all of that. But I feel like there are more opportunities than are being taken to issue the citations and follow through and make sure, because from the tenant's perspective, it feels really unfair that, you know, like even the staff report does discuss like tenants' rights during construction and relocation benefits. And when tenants complain about that, they're still not getting those benefits. A lot of times people are feeling like their tenants' rights are irredeemable as a result. So I'm very concerned about that. Ask me anything. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Amy. Denny Zane.
Council members, hi. Denny Zane, co-chair, founder of Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights. Here to urge you to not support items 16E and F, rather to ask your staff to do a careful analysis of its implications for our community. I think there are legitimate concerns about displacement in our community as a consequence of these bills and what they would enable. But we need to be clear about that. We owe it to our residents to be clear about that. We owe it to our residents to ask the city staff to give it its best analysis. But it's not only our residents we need to be concerned about. These are proposed to be laws statewide. I am very concerned, for example, about the residents of Southgate and Cudahy and communities in East Los Angeles County and communities in North Los Angeles County who live in single-family homes as renters, often multiple families, in low-cost housing, many of whom have been purchased by Blackstone, Invitation Homes, and others who during the crisis, foreclosure crisis in about 2008, bought tens of thousands of homes with renters in them, whom you are giving, with not you, but the legislature would be giving an easy way to develop and displace tens of thousands of renter residents. We should care not only about our community, but our neighboring communities as well. This is something that needs to be carefully examined and not SMER didn't even have an opportunity to get together and have a full discussion about that, because we weren't aware it was coming, didn't have an opportunity to convene a meeting. We need to, I think, stand back from this and take time to really understand its full implications. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Thomas?
Madam Mayor, did you skip Tricia Crane? Because she was on the list too.
Oh, I have, look, you can see my list. I don't know what's going on with my list.
It was after Amy, well, actually, after Nikki Koloff.
Okay,
I thought I heard her name called. Is Tricia here? Go ahead.
sorry, Tricia. I have Claire Thomas, Denise Neal, and Hajar after that.
And Ms. Crane, you signed up twice. Are you speaking on multiple items?
Oh,
Two items, 16E and 16F.
Okay. You may proceed.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Negrete, Tricia Crane of Northeast Neighbors. This comment concerns two items, 16E and 16F. As local elected officials, you have already lost significant land use authority to the state of California, to Newsom and his company. And with the passage of SB 9, we no longer have control over our single-family neighborhoods. They are history. So why would this city council choose to give over further governance of the city you were elected to represent? Members of the Board of Northeast Neighbors ask this council to reject Councilmember Zwick's requests in both agenda items 16E and 16F, in which he seeks to unsolicited support positions on two pieces of pending legislation by Scott Wiener, SB 79 and SB 677. Both would be destructive to our city. We ask instead that the council take a proactive oppose position. Take a position opposing these on both proposed bills, sending a strong message to Sacramento that you are not complicit in any further assault on the land use authority of our city by the state legislature. SB 79 overrides our local control of zoning to legalize tall, multifamily buildings anywhere within 1/2 mile of what is called a public transit stop. This would extend up to just south of Montana. This is our whole city. This would encompass almost all of Santa Monica, including R1, R2, R3, and if this bill passes, buildings of up to 75 feet tall would be allowed throughout the city. Under SB 79, there would be no parking required, no affordability. In the case of SB 677, which is what seems to want us to support, it would invite developer speculation by lifting the owner occupancy requirement for lot splits. It's been stated tonight how perilous that would be for us given what we're facing. A lawsuit from a resident of my neighborhood against this city for neglecting his rights. This would remove the prohibition against multiple splits of the same urban lot, which would make it legal to subdivide a 5,000 square foot parcel into two lots and then subdivide those to create 4 separate lots, each of which can have 4 units, resulting in a total of 16 units on a 5,000 square foot lot. This is the fine print. This is what it would do. Our council must not participate in this destructive legislation, which would stimulate speculation and drive up the cost of home ownership. SB 677 further erodes local control of multifamily housing projects if the state decides that the city has not met its regional housing needs assessment, its RHNA goals, or adopted a compliant housing element. We would be subject to such action by the state. Santa Monicans did not elect a city council to surrender to the state its authority to make planning and land use decisions for our city. We ask you to oppose both SB 79 and SB 677. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Thomas?
Take two. Good evening. Claire Thomas. I live on 25th Street near Ocean Park in the Sunset Park neighborhood. I'm here to speak against City Council supporting items 16E and 16F, the support of the state measures AB 79 and AB 677. There are a multitude of reasons that people have eloquently spoken about earlier. to not support these measures, but my focus will be on the fact that these laws are as yet still in committee. They have not been fully fleshed out. We have no way of knowing their ultimate format or whether they would even be beneficial to Santa Monica. Why would we sign on to support laws before they are known quantities? Please vote no for items 16E and 16F. And as a matter of fact, I agree with Patricia. If you took a stand against these two measures, it would at least afford us some measure of a fighting chance to regain our control. On 16D, I do support the investigation of bringing the city workers back to City Hall to work rather than hybrid. I recently finished a renovation project at the house, which was delayed frequently because we couldn't get in to see people to ask questions about plans and inspections and stuff like that. So I'd love to have people work here at this City Hall where I could come ask a question rather than remotely. Thanks.
Thank you. Denise Neal.
Good evening, Mayor Negrete and council members and community at large. My name is Denise Neal. I am a former disabilities commissioner here in the city of Santa Monica, and many who are aware of my story were aware that I was homeless fleeing domestic violence for a very long time here and could not acquire housing for my family. With all these Senate bills being pushed, I guess, by our leadership, I don't feel that it's going to be beneficial, and it definitely is not going to help the crisis that we're faced now. I am still puzzled as to why we would eliminate single-family housing, because that would destroy the tax base and make it harder for the city to get out of a deficit with a budget. So please reconsider that. And speaking of reconsideration for most of these housing issues, please also look at the possibility of FAA releasing the airport earlier than past December 2028, because where there's a crisis, we really don't have a surplus. And I know it was park bond land before 100 years ago, but we really do need to at least consider a third of it and maybe do a soil analysis if they can release that land early so we can provide some more housing and improve the tax base and eliminate some of this homeless issues in preparation, especially for these international sports events coming that will help you build your budget back. Thank you.
Thank you. Hajar?
Good evening. I'm Hajar. I'm speaking on 16A, 16E, and 16F. I support the council members who endorsed Belinda Phillips. Please appoint Belinda Phillips to the Open Housing Authority Board position to serve as the second tenant representative. Although it will not be favorable for her to vote in tonight's Santa Monica Housing Authority Board meeting, since she will not be privy to all the information, nor has she had the proper time to consult with the CAB and RAB, we would be leaving her in the same situation that I was in, so I wouldn't want to do that to her. She has spoken openly about the desire to help voucher holders, and she's also dealt with life challenges that make her more compassionate. So again, I'm recommending that you vote in Belinda Phillips to the open HAB position so that we can have proper tenant representation on the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board. Okay, and now I'll be talking about 16E. Please do not support SB 79 and SB 677 because they do not specify affordable housing in the bill's language. Flooding the market with market rate and luxury housing is not bringing the cost of housing down. Therefore, more people are left out and add to our increasing homelessness and current waiting lists of over 35,000 for below market housing and housing vouchers. In a desirable closed system, you can't build your way into affordability with market rate units. Rents have gone up dramatically in non-deed restricted apartments, even the shabbiest ones. You do not need to weigh in on these bills unless it's to demand a mandatory affordability component. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment for this portion.
That is correct. We'll now move on to ordinances. Public comments permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussions permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and first reading of ordinance updating public nuisance abatement and administrative citation codes.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Mick. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Santa Monica. The item that we're hearing tonight is an update to the public nuisance and administrative citation codes. That'd be found in chapters 1306 and 1.09 of the Santa Monica Municipal Codes. So first, I guess, what is a public nuisance? Get down to brass tacks. It's really just a violation that causes some sort of harm to a considerable number of people. The definition is found in the California Civil Code. Some examples, it could be excessive noise, pollution, blocking the public right-of-way, vacant properties. There's a wide variety of offenses that could be classified as a public nuisance. So who addresses public nuisances in the city? Code enforcement generally has primary enforcement responsibility. We partner very closely with the city attorney's office, the police department, and even the public can sue or take some sort of legal action to address public nuisances that they experience. Penalties for public nuisances. For code enforcement, we issue administrative citations that range from $2,000 to $10,000. City attorney's office and PD can certainly help with criminal enforcement. It could be injunctions, nuisance abatement efforts, and then the public can also take private rights of action to address these types of concerns. There's a lot of changes that we're proposing. We'll start with the public nuisance section. The first change is we would like to expand the definition of responsible party. Right now, the current definition really just says anybody that commits a violation is the responsible party. We're opening it up to really say something more like anybody who commits or supports the committing or maintaining of a violation can all be considered to be responsible parties. There are several changes to actual defined violations. Romy, I don't know, do you want to speak about any of A for the crimes against society? That was your change.
Sure. I mean, this was actually the revision to subsection A of 13.06050 was just really to classify certain crimes against society that, as those terms are used, with certain current crime reporting under the FBI. This was recommended to us from the police department just to maintain consistency with the way that they track crime reports. So it's disruptive activities that are otherwise classified as sort of crimes against the community.
Section B, right now the existing language just says any animal violation is found in chapter 4.04 of the municipal code. There's plenty of other animal-related violations that are not found there that we believe should be, if in extreme situations, should be classified as a public nuisance. It could be animal fighting or excessive dog barking, things that may not necessarily be found in the chapter 4, but may be found, or chapter 404, may be found elsewhere in the code. C and D, just instead of just saying properties where drug and alcohol violations are occurring are subject to public nuisance ordinance. We're also extending it to the businesses that may be supporting those types of activities. Deleting item F, because public telephones really just are not very prevalent in our city anymore. Really anywhere. We'd like to add violations of the property maintenance or or vacant property codes for more than 48 hours after being notified by some sort of enforcement official. It sounds like it'd be used quite frequently, but this is really intended to be used only in those extreme, rare circumstances where, a lot of people are put in harm's way. Could be a number of issues that could rise, but this is not the primary enforcement tool that we would use to address violations of the property maintenance or vacant property codes. Section K, this is an interesting one that I think could do us a lot of good. So 5 or more violations in a rolling 1-year period of any combination of the tenant protection code, tenant harassment code, discrimination codes, relocation ordinance, housing codes, property maintenance or vacant property codes. We do have several entities within the city that are already up to 4 or so violations of a combination of any of these codes within a 1-year period. These are just serial violators that we need to take further action to address. So that's why we'd like to kick it up into a separate violation where it's no longer just a violation of these codes, now becomes a public nuisance subject to additional enforcement actions by the city. We're also experiencing a lot of subdividing or renting of units that do not meet minimum occupancy standards. When you have a building with 15 subdivided units that don't have adequate electricity or adequate kitchens and just don't meet the minimum occupancy standards, you're really harming an entire building there. So again, this should be kicked up into a higher level of issue where it becomes a public nuisance. M, harassing or engaging in unsafe business tactics. We've actually been receiving several complaints over the past couple of years that I've been here of certain businesses or their representatives engaging in harassing or threatening behavior towards competitors. This would not be used all that often, except for really when it's putting somebody's physical safety into harm's way. Then we'd certainly work with PD to address it in the moment, but that would probably be more for the individual. But if they're representing a business, then we should take additional action against the business itself that's supporting that. Surprisingly, we don't have any real penalties for non-compliance with the city's mandatory seismic retrofit program. Right now, a violation is $75. But this makes sense where if, multifamily building is not seismically retrofitted, that there should be more than a $75 fine. Thus, we'd like to, add it to the public nuisance ordinance. Section O, this is another one of those situations where 5 or more violations within a rolling 1-year average or period for operating a business without a business license or violating laws or regulations really related to that type of business operation. We're getting a lot of repeat offenders, especially in the construction trades, for plumbers that are doing work without coming and getting their license first. Or there's a laundry list of business types that we're seeing this regularly. This would probably not apply to like sidewalk vendors because they are kind of exempted from this enforcement. But we do see this quite regularly with other business types. And then P is 3 or more violations for unpermitted construction or violating a stop work order. Again, we're seeing a lot of those same contractors that are coming into the city doing work without first getting a license, also doing work without first getting a permit. So we want to hold them responsible for the hazards they're creating. That's the list of the amendments to the actual definitions of public nuisances or the activities that are subject to public nuisance requirements. We're also making other changes, or we're proposing other changes. They're really codifying existing practices like our noticing to responsible parties, clarifying that code enforcement has primary enforcement authority for public nuisances. But I want to make sure that we're very clear that that does not in any way take away the city attorney's ability to address public nuisances. We rely on them to to assist us in gaining compliance. There's also a lot of changes that we are proposing to Chapter 109, which is the administrative citations chapter. I'll just go into some of the definitions. We're adding a definition for a correctable offense, meaning just defining those types of issues that can be corrected by taking some sort of a positive action to legalize the violation. If you're using a leaf blower, you can't make that activity legal. You could just stop from getting an additional citation. If you're operating a business license without a license, or if you're operating a business without a license, you can legalize that by coming and getting the license. So one would be a correctable violation, the no license, one would not be. Responsible party, again, here's the same definition that we're looking to add to the public nuisance chapter, just expanding it as the current definition is just too narrow. Notices of violation. State law, Government Code 53069.4 requires a notice of violation to be issued for certain types of violations related to building, structural, electrical, zoning. You have to be, basically the violator has to be given a chance to correct the violation before any sort of financial penalty can be implemented. We're just codifying this in our code to make sure it's, it's just basically codifying existing practices, which it's currently not there. The service procedures for admin citations, again, post it, mail it, serve it in person. Just want to make sure that we're very clear on how to properly serve administrative citations. Again, it's already codifying existing practices. The compliance with administrative citations. So one program that I'm proposing, I've seen it work in my former city of West Hollywood, is a reduction in fines for violations that are correctable as long as it's the first time they've been issued a citation for that type of offense. It is a correctable offense. It's not an immediate threat to the public, and that it's corrected on or before the compliance date. Additionally, we're adding the balance of that citation must be paid within 30 days of the correction. It's a little bit different than what we had in West Hollywood because we didn't have that balance is required to be paid. But it's a very similar program, and I found that it actually works well to incentivize compliance with the citation. And it could potentially lead to increased fine collection, as you see in the staff report in the next slide. We have a lot of outstanding uncollected citations and fine amounts, as was brought up into the public comment. I think, 32% of our citation dollars are being collected, and only 37% of our citations are actually being paid in part or in full. May have those numbers backwards, but if we're even just getting 50% payment on a reduced fine, but it's being paid, that's still an increase in the percentages that we're actually currently collecting. Excuse me. Of these issues that are on the screen right here, there's really short-term rentals and tenant relocation would be the two areas that would be subject to the reduced fine amount. Vending is already kind of exempted by state law because they're only required to once they show a compliance with getting a license or coming to compliance with the code, they're subject to only having to pay 20% of the outstanding fine. So it'd be a better deal for them to do that. Shared mobility devices would not be subject because that's not a correctable citation. Some of these other issues are really just things that, again, where they're codifying existing practices, delivery processes for hearing notices and decisions. We want to codify that the city is actually allowed to recover costs incurred for investigating and defending citations. We put a lot of time and effort to try to gain compliance, and if for some of these cases it could, dozens, tens of hours to get these issues taken care of, and that's a lot of money that the city's investing, oftentimes for very little return. That's not the right word, but citations may not cover the costs that we're actually incurring in gaining compliance. So we'd like the ability to recover the costs incurred for investigating and defending our citations. And then also just requiring a violator to identify themselves to an enforcement officer. It could be code enforcement, it could be PD. Failure to do so could be considered to be a misdemeanor violation. So, I mean, in closing, it's just these changes, the proposed changes, are really just providing staff more tools to address these public nuisances. We're also codifying some existing practices and many of these are really to preserve the due process for the violators, which we all want to do. So we are now available for questions if you have any.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas.
Council, if I could real quick, we have one correction to the ordinance to read in the record too.
Okay.
So this is section 2 of the draft ordinance. Under the definition of responsible party, the words person, business, company, or entity, and the parent or legal guardian of any person under the age of 18 years who has done any act for which an administrative citation may be imposed should be stricken.
That whole sentence, everything is stricken?
That is language that's in the current ordinance that is being replaced with the new proposed language, but it didn't appear as a strikeout in the draft.
Correct.
Okay. Did you still want to speak? Yeah, I did. Mayor Pro Tem Terosas.
So obviously, these are a lot of new tools for you all, and I'm really appreciative of you coming back with such thoughtful amendments. I think I've asked a lot of questions about code enforcement. But can you tell us, do you feel like you can do all of this and enforce all of this within existing resources?
That's a conversation I don't think I was ready to have at this very moment. Armand, if you want to.
I mean, you don't have to answer it, but I do want us to be clear-eyed about the fact that we are asking you to potentially do more here. It's important to us, but I assume that you're going to do this within existing resources?
Correct. But I also need the tools. It's better to have the tool, or was it have the code and not need it, than need it and not have it?
I'm just concerned that we have a lot of nuisance properties and we need to do, like, how can we work smarter to leverage some of these technological tools or otherwise to ensure that we're enforcing what we have on the books?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I think the presentation you saw this evening did a great job of summarizing where we are and some of the cleanup efforts that I think we want to do in the code. You're asking a really good question. So there's two parts. The first part is, could we use more resources? Absolutely. I don't think you're ever going to have us tell you otherwise. Unfortunately, given the resources we do have, or fortunately, we're really trying to maximize what we have. Dan and the team have done a great job of looking at our systems, looking at how much more can we work smarter, more efficiently, how can we maximize. We do have a new centralized land management system that's in the process of being developed and implemented in the next year. So his team has really looked at ways we can tap into that when that gets launched. And between now and then, they've actually done quite a bit of work to go through our existing systems to see where there are areas where we can make improvements. And I think a lot of that is reflected in the work that they're able to do in the field. And I'm very confident that the tools that Dan has put in place have created more efficiencies and better, I think, quality control in the work we're doing. Did I summarize that?
I think it was lovely.
But I think definitely we could use more resources, but we're being very mindful of what we do have and how we utilize that and how much information we are able to put out publicly to help our residents to know how they can reach us and ways they can go through our process in having us serve them better.
And I also assume that part of this enhanced enforcement is collaboration with the city attorney. Do you feel like there's been a good collaborative relationship, or are there additional, and maybe the city attorney can answer this, are there additional resources needed on that end as well?
I certainly can't speak for the city attorney's office, but I adore working for Romy and her team. I mean, they're so great to work with.
Okay.
I think we have a great working relationship, so I can't speak to the resources.
Only amendment is that he doesn't work for me. They don't work for
Working
me.
with.
We work together.
We work together.
But yes, it's been a collaborative relationship and we'll continue to do that.
And do you feel like we're able to take as aggressive of action as we need to on any of the code cases that are referred to you?
Yes, I think we have the ability to do that. I think we can, again, always use more resources on those issues if we were to get more cases referred to us.
And then finally, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Are you saying that before these amendments that you did not have delegated authority to issue correctable citations at all?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
There is no such thing in
That's-
current Santa Monica law.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't have that. I'm glad that you're adding that. Okay, and thank you so much for the seismic retrofitting additions as well. We're long overdue on getting into compliance with that. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for this presentation and for all the work that you guys have been doing to update our code and maximize the tools at our disposal. I'm really happy to see these changes in the law. I think that what Councilmember Teresa spoke to, I want to elaborate on a little, which is that I guess there's a few sides of this, and one is what we have on paper, and the other is our capability for actually enforcing the violations in the city that we have on the books. And what I'm concerned about, excuse me, when it comes to ensuring that the law is actually upheld, have to do with, I guess, three categories: both first enforcement, but also record keeping, and finally manners and methods by which cases are escalated, to city attorney or other office that require sort of additional intervention. First of all, if I'm not mistaken, this was first initiated in part, I think, due to a request from council related to a calls for service ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's my understanding from the staff report and otherwise that there are certain legal constraints when it comes to using that as a specific standard to which to declare properties a nuisance or otherwise.
Right.
My understanding, though, is that that is largely to protect people who are either living in a place and or not to discourage someone from seeking help, basically, and otherwise jeopardizing their housing or other sort of status in a place. Is that correct?
The prohibitions against doing this do in large part stem from fair housing concerns and also from, as you said, discouraging people from seeking help when they need it. But it's not limited to applying to housing properties or properties that are residential.
Got it. Well, I'm just curious only in the sense that could it not be a standard for properties that are vacant?
If it's not being used as a residential unit?
Yes.
We'd have to take a look at that.
Okay, I'm just curious about that because I feel like it wouldn't be necessarily in violation of any of the things that the legislator is worried about when it comes to using that as a standard. Okay. Beyond that, though, when it comes to other cases, I guess what I'm curious about is how can we ensure that we're properly cataloging persistent problems and that we're creating sort of strict standards for escalating them so that we don't have situations where businesses, properties, neglected, vacant places, or other situations are a persistent drain on resources, especially from code enforcement, that's requiring repeated actions and that there aren't really resolutions that are being brought forward. And, I've been told of cases that occasionally have been brought by PD or code and have not been taken up by city attorney's office. So I'm just curious, is it this new standard that was referenced around 5 violations in a year? Is that the idea that would sort of automatically escalate something? Or how do we ensure that, we're not running around in circles as code enforcement officers who are limited in their resources and time onto the same problem again and again, and that these problems are in fact being properly escalated and dealt with at different levels, if that's the case?
Sure. I think we're trying, over the past year or so, we've really tried to put a concerted effort into streamlining our processes within the division. Looking at existing open cases or property history to try to identify those repeat violators. I'm running far more reports, more frequent reports, looking at violators that we're issuing citations to try to come up with this list of how many, why do I keep seeing this particular name pop up over and over and over? Prior to this ordinance, we didn't really have a whole lot of ability to do much about that. So now, as these names start coming up more and more, and I'm aware of probably a handful of them where we're looking at 4 or 5 violations over the past year. Now that we have, hopefully, this tool coming into effect, now we can work with the city attorney very closely and say, this meets that standard. So let's kick it up there.
And when it comes to record keeping, I see sometimes reports of weekly or other sort of, work in the field, and I see often there's reference to there were a few violations and some verbal warnings and other things that were issued. I'm kind of concerned about the idea of verbal warnings, like in terms of record keeping, both from the perspective of like being able to keep track of this internally and also set a really good record, whether it's from PD or from code, so that if city attorney's office does have to handle a case, that we really have a strong record.
I'm not entirely certain what records you're talking about as far as verbal warnings. Generally, that's done in the context of like the peer enforcement. That's really where we deal with a lot more of that. So I can't necessarily speak.
I thought it was an update from the city manager's
property.
office.
That's not something we typically do with vacant property.
So it's always recorded and written down?
Yes. As far as I'm concerned, if it's not written down, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Our intent, council member, is to truly create that record because there is a possibility that that potential case may become something that has to be taken to court of law. In order to have a file that's complete, it's really important for us to document all the interaction we have with the property owner. And I think even with the system we have now, we do a really good job of keeping that record. And at the end of the day, if it goes down that path, then we're able to hand over that information to the city attorney's office.
And similarly, I think with PD, when we have a call for service or something, it would be great, even if there's no, I know you guys, none of you are at PD's office here, but it would be great that even if there was no arrest made or action taken, that there would be some note as to whether the call was in some ways justified or sustained, and there was some issue that had been, handled, so that basically, again, that record can be kept in some fashion. I'm not speaking directly to you, but another thing I guess I'll just suggest in that standard is, along maybe just as an idea, is the idea that, there's some sort of regular process by which code CAO and PD's office coordinates and comes together to identify those 5 to 10 most disruptive public resource draining properties and could bring them to the attention of council in closed session or otherwise on a quarterly or biannual basis, so that we're appraised and could make be aware and be able to weigh in on how to handle those.
Happy to do that.
Thank you. On the issue of revenues, specifically on violations and citations, I understand from our correspondence that, I completely get it. We're not looking for this to be a revenue generating department. We're also not even looking for revenue neutrality. I totally understand that. But I think because we have such a small code division and such large demand, it is important that we rely to some extent on the concept of deterrence, so that, a rational actor wouldn't think that really there's no, the rational thing to do would be to do nothing until someone has warned them 4 times, and otherwise not worry that something would happen, because we can't be everywhere at once. And sometimes when I look at some of the numbers that were shared, when I see 1 citation or 2 citations for major issues around property maintenance or nuisance or, tenants' rights issues related, tenants' rights related issues in a quarter, that strikes me as a pretty low deterrence. Or similarly, when I look at the vacant property data that you gave me, where I guess in October of 2023, we began our vacant property ordinance, and we've issued 16 citations since then, and only $10,000 have been collected. I worry that as a vacant property owner, I may not really have much incentive to do anything about my property. And I guess I'm just curious, what we're doing and whether we think we actually are generating sufficient deterrence for people to actually want to change their behavior.
As far as the registration goes, oh, sure. Are we doing enough to create a sufficient deterrence? I would say we probably have sufficient tools to do it, or fine levels, but I don't think we've done enough actual implementation of or enforcement of the existing rules. Just, was it last Thursday or Friday, we sent I want to say 170 letters out to every vacant property owner that we know of in the city, saying, hey, it's time to revisit the vacant property standards again. So I want to say we gave them till the end of this month to bring their properties up into compliance with the vacant property standards. We gave them a copy of the code, or the existing ordinance that covers property maintenance and vacant properties. And then we're going to be...
May I add to that?
Yes, please.
Councilmember, I also want to add, as we send out these letters, we also included information in the letters regarding economic development. We are looking for if there's any vacant parcels where the property owners may need our help from an economic development perspective, that this was a good way to also put that in there to say, hey, first and foremost, now that you have a vacant parcel that needs to be remedied, there's challenges with your site, and code enforcement had gone out and we needed to get that data. What properties do we have? What conditions do they have? Once we did that, the letters went out to all the vacant parcels that we were able to identify. We did give them that option to also say, hey, if you need to look for a tenant, you're trying to do something with your site, we want you to work with us. I think we needed to offer that to our property owners. So that went out end of last week. And at this point, we are waiting to see how many of those property owners truly reach out to us and want to work with us. If not, then we've now officially noticed them that they have a violation on their site.
Great, thank you. I'm curious, sort of tangential to this, and a slightly different tack. When it comes to 311, through which we get a lot of these requests, or the majority of them that we can track, obviously we get more requests than we can handle at any given moment. We have to triage or otherwise prioritize. And, with some of them, they might not be time sensitive, but others, I don't know, someone who's using a leaf blower, obviously it's going to be happening and then it won't, and it's unclear when it'll happen, regardless. My question is, how do we triage and prioritize our requests, in the sense that, are we putting them all in one big queue in the way that they came in, or are we doing something, specific?
Definitely not. So we get, unlike many divisions, departments in the city, we're one of the few divisions that actually take calls directly from the public. I can't even say most, many divisions funnel all their calls through 311, so they get one source of information, for all of their requests. We don't. We get a lot of complaints, or don't like the word complaints, requests for service directly from 311, but I'm going to guess that we get a majority of our calls directly. So emails straight to me or my staff, or directly to my staff, or to the admin office within my division. But all of my admin team, myself, the supervisors, we all get notified of every complaint that comes, or request for service that comes through 311. So we're all trying to monitor them and trying to say, okay, this is a priority. Hey, listen, open a case for this one because we can't sit on this one. The leaf blowers, yes, you're right. We might just put that, right, anything where there's a higher priority. And a couple months ago, you guys saw the new list of priorities. Priority 1s and 2 topics, those are the ones we really need to get out right away. There's others that we need to let sit because we just don't have the resources to address. But it's not just a first come, first serve.
Got it, great, yeah, because obviously, I assume if we were just going in order, we'd, always be getting there 3 weeks later and not being able to respond urgently to something happening now or something.
But they all do get addressed. I think that's an important point.
And I saw in West Hollywood, there's a metric by which they do talk about percentage of cases that are, that are responded to in the same day, and other sort of metrics. I just see sort of cases opened and cases closed, and I'm like a little bit unclear fully how to decipher that.
I am too. I mean, I hate to say it, but we do have real limitations with our existing software. That's one of the reasons why this new land management software is so vital, because I'm going to be able to get better information out of the system.
Councilmember, the reporting capabilities we have now are extremely limited. So in an attempt to give you some matrix, we've been providing more information in the weekly council updates, which we'll continue doing. Once we implement a new system, we'll have the capability to provide better reporting and truly track the life cycle of a case, is how I like to think of it, from the time a case is initiated to how we go about doing the abatement and working with the property owner. We can't do that level of detailed reporting at this time. We captured the number of cases that are coming in, we do a totality of what we're dealing with. Our hope is that once we have a better system in place, we could get into the minutia of report, because it's important for us as well to have the matrix and to get to the level of detail where we can track Now we know how many cases each officer is doing and what they're doing in the field, but with the ability to have a centralized system where we can get more details, we can produce better reporting for the city.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. There was mention in back and forth discussions that were had prior to today about collections. Obviously, you mentioned that there's a lot of uncollected fines and violations. And there was mention that there was discussions with the city attorney's office about this and what, if anything, could be done about this. Are there any updates on that discussion that could be shared today?
Yeah, we just had a call earlier today, but we're looking into the option of whether it's feasible to assess liens or assessments on properties for outstanding penalties. Certainly, we already have a process for doing that for abatement costs, but in situations where the only thing that's outstanding is a penalty, we're exploring whether or not that's viable. But also, as Dan mentioned, now that we will have the ability to recover investigative costs, that is something that could be used in that process as well.
Great, thank you.
Haven't been recovering.
Great. And when it comes to vacant properties, I wanted to just follow up on an exchange we had where I asked, we have this program and whether or not we've seen fewer, calls related to vacant properties as a result. And you said it was unclear as calls are not well tracked by the city. My understanding is that when we were doing this, when you did this excellent initial analysis of hotspots, it was basically based on the fact that the calls that they generate. So I'm confused how we could do that analysis but not be able to track whether those numbers have changed.
It came down to the time I had available to get that information to you. I was trying to get you information as quickly as possible
Yes,
so you
of
could make an
course.
informed decision tonight. When I was here in August of 2023, I'd been working on that report for many, many months. So I was actually able to go through every 311 request that we received, anything that I could find, and I would literally go line by line by line through every request looking for keywords, vacant property, substandard, so because I was trying to get as good of information as possible. We have access to slightly better information, but to get you a timely response, it just
I completely understand how you wouldn't be able to go line by line within a day on that, but it would be great, obviously, if this new system could help you not have to go line by line to gather
I'm
that
happy
data.
to do the analysis. I'll get you the information anyway, just to share with you.
But ideally, I would love if you don't have to do it in quite such a labor-intensive way, if we can hopefully be tracking it in a way that makes it less manual going forward. Last question. Sorry, everyone. There was a question I asked related to a vacant property registration program, and there was an indication that perhaps this was something that was being worked on. I was not aware of this. It's something we've talked about, I've talked about. Is that what's happening? Was it just something with direction from council related that'd be helpful, or is this something that we can just expect to see soon? Or please let me know.
Forthcoming, currently working on the concept and doing the research and pulling it together. We want to get it right. So we anticipate something similar coming to council in the next few months.
That's great, because what I understand is that fee registration, in addition to, being potentially a deterrent for keeping properties vacant, would also provide resources to go out and do those assessments and otherwise do the good work that you guys are doing. Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Snell.
I want to thank you also. I think your report is very intense. As a new council member, and I know we're, as I read the report, I realized that, collection of citations, it's not a revenue generating thing, but 30% seemed very low. Are there metrics that we can look at and say, okay, here we are now, but 6 months down the road, based on the number of citations or then based on the number of collections or I'm just looking for metrics so we can see where we're being successful in what we're dealing with. And I'm just curious, based on some of the new ordinances that you're asking us to look at, what are the key indicators for us to show that, these are being successful and that we're really reaching out to our empty businesses, citations are being looked upon? Are there certain key indicators that you can give to me that, maybe 6 months down the road or next time you come report that we can say, hey, this is what happened?
Yeah, I think there's something we could do. I know we were just talking about potentially maybe even setting up a study session for code enforcement to kind of to show you what it is that we do. And I'd be happy to come up with a report of, break it down by quarter for the past several years of this is how we've done things, this is the results that we've done, and this is how we're tracking from this point forward. I'm happy to provide as much of that information as possible. Yeah.
Council member, I was going to say the success for us is more measured on compliance. It's measured on how many properties do we get, the ability to work with them to bring the property to the standard that the city wants. And that's something we can't track because it's the types of cases we're getting. It's not just a numbers to numbers game. I can't say 5 cases, we abated all 5 cases, because it could be 5 very different cases. I think our goal is to have that ability to get to a place where we're doing that level of reporting where we can say how many cases are coming in, the types of cases they are, how long it's taking us to abate the violations on that particular site, and then we can have a true comparison of how successful we are. And part of that also involves how much collections, being able to make sure the property owners are also paying their bills. It's pretty simple. You're getting a violation, pay for the violation, work with us to clear your violation and bring your property to the standard we're looking for.
Got you. And I'm looking forward to the ride along.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of the hard work that y'all have done on this. And I'm just really grateful that this is moving forward, but I'm going to save comments for later. So couple of hopefully quick questions, and I'm going to skip a few. Could you please expand on how animal neglect is being defined? Because I noticed that something like excessive barking is now a public nuisance, and whether we as a city have the authority to rehome neglected animals.
Honestly, I probably couldn't, because we don't, code enforcement isn't the typical agency or division that would address animal nuisances or animal concerns. We would really have to refer to animal control or PD.
Okay.
They would probably be the better ones to define
No
that.
problem.
I'd hate to give you bad information.
I appreciate that it's in there. I just was kind of curious because I know that a lot of folks got dogs during the pandemic and maybe were not adequately prepared to take appropriate care of them, and they might not be treated with the respect they deserve now. So on the fairly significant sum of uncollected fine amounts, are there escalating late fees on citations?
Yes, I don't remember specifically what they are, but I want to say it's, if you don't pay within the first X number of days, it goes up 10%.
Okay,
and
so
then
it's
it
a
goes up to
percentage based?
25% or something like that.
Okay.
But in the upcoming master fine schedule, we're changing, we're suggesting a lot of changes for this. So that could be changing in the near future to even up those percentages even more.
Do we ever send uncollected fines to collections?
Not something that we do. There is part of that service that's built into our data ticket process, which is the company that does our citation issuance or processing. I'm not clear on how often that happens or what their capabilities are for that. I'm actually trying to schedule a meeting with their leadership to figure out exactly what their capabilities are. If it's just sending, letters out, is it sending things to an actual collection agency? Are they going through the FTB process? I don't know. I need to get a better understanding of that myself.
Yeah, no, I just know that like collections agencies and have also frequently impacted people's credit scores, and if folks have a real reason that they're having trouble paying something, we don't want to negatively impact that. So regarding the provision about additional tools for persons or entities who have 5 or more violations within a 2-month period, I have 2 questions. So the first one is, can you confirm if it applies to property managers as well? So if a property manager manages multiple properties across the city and has violations at multiple properties, not 5 across multiple properties rather than 5 at one particular property, would they also be subject to that additional public nuisance definition?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, as long as they fall under the definition of responsible party, then it doesn't matter if it's 5 violations in one building across the entire city, if it's the same chapter or not different chapters, as long as they fall under there, then they would be potentially subject to this.
Okay, cool. And Actually, Councilmember Zwick asked my other question on that one. Subsection I says that it makes it a public nuisance to illegally subdivide and/or offer for rent a dwelling unit in violation of building codes and occupancy standards. So we obviously don't want to have situations where residents are living in substandard units that do not meet building codes and occupancy standards. But how are we making sure that we're protecting residents or helping them get relocated if they're living in those units?
That falls under my division as
Okay.
well. We do the tenant relocations, we do the tenant harassments. So if we walk into a building and we find these substandard conditions or these issues where they don't meet the occupancy standards, then we would make that determination and go through the relocation process.
Okay. Let's see what else we got here. So, I think, yep, that question was already answered. So in the staff report, the section on recovery of administrative citations, citation fines and costs, 1.09.120, notes that, quote, home sharing and vacation rentals violation may require booking and paying for a home share listing and considerable staff hours to verify the unit is not a lawful home share. So are we typically able to recover the payment that we make for those home shares? Is that something that we are or could work with the booking platforms?
I'm unclear on that because the process where staff would actually go and book an Airbnb and then they would have to stay in the unit for X number of days, that was done pre-COVID as far as if I'm not mistaken. That's not something that we've done. I've not had the staff, the resources to be able to do something like that because I'd have to pay them overtime for every hour they're there. What's that? Yeah.
Council member, but we are exploring, there are some tools out there that could help in doing that. So that is something that we're starting to look at. There are companies that offer services that track that for the city. There's a cost associated with it. It's something definitely we want to take a look at. I'm not sure if we're ready to put that into motion just yet, but there are some tools out there that we're starting to look into.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, I think there was 130,000 from Measure CS fines that were allocated for software to help.
That's the
with
host
that.
compliance system, which we're using every
so
day.
excited.
We're working towards full rollout of it.
Love it. So staff report also defines responsible party as, quote, any person, business, company, or entity, and the parent or legal guardian of any person under the age of 18 years who has done any act for which an administrative citation may be imposed. That one was
the part that
struck?
was stricken,
Okay, I'm so
yes.
sorry. Yeah, because I was just going to ask if it included persons who may have directed such an act, so please ignore that. And then in the actual text of the resolution, under section 13.06.055, notice to responsible parties, subsection C, it states that, my understanding of it is it effectively prohibits the owner of a residential property to threaten or impose any penalty on a tenant. Is there also a portion of the code that prohibits the owner's designee, such as a property manager, or, maybe their children or somebody else that's not actually the owner from taking such actions?
Yeah, and this language would just clarify that the city would not demand that the owner take these actions, that the owner penalize the person for having basically being suspected of criminal activity. But if someone is doing that sort of thing at the behest of an owner, then they would be the owner's agent, and the owner could be responsible for that too.
Okay. And it also, the subsection 1 there says evict or penalize a tenant because of the tenant's association with another tenant or household member who has had contact with a law enforcement agency or a criminal conviction. Would it be possible, or is it already inclusive of a tenant's maybe close associate or a family member? Because I've heard in some cases where, maybe not specific to this, but there are situations in which there's quote-unquote crime-free housing, and maybe somebody's grandchild has a prior conviction and helps their grandma bring in the groceries, and then the grandma gets infected. And I know that's a very, very extreme example, but I just want to clarify.
That's exactly what these state laws are designed to prohibit, those sorts of regulations. And yes, this would basically say that the city could not encourage or in any ways direct an owner to evict someone because someone that they're associated with as a member of their household or otherwise is engaged in criminal activity. It would have to actually be an actual nuisance that's causing a problem to the neighbors or the community.
Okay, cool.
And we also have eviction defenses to that under our eviction.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I have a comment, but I'll reserve that for the comments section. Thank you.
Okay, most of my questions have been answered. I just wanted to clarify one thing. We brought this vacant property code refinement a while back, but it sounds like so it's taken this long to get to this point. And my curiosity is about, I mean, we know what happened with the Pavilions Motel, which was an eyesore in the community, and I think violated a myriad of codes consistently for over a decade. And I'm just wondering, like, why did that take so long to address? And there's already another, sorry to put you on the spot, but there's already a sort of related motel on 11th and Pico that has the same issues. And it's, I mean, I'm more asking you to say for the community, because it's frustrating as electeds, right? When we get these complaints and it feels like we're not doing anything. And I have to be honest, I ask the same question because it seems fairly obvious that there's constant calls for service from PD and they seem to be violating lots of things. So just.
Why did it take so long to get there? I mean, I don't know if I can fully answer that because, as I understand it, with the pavilion, that was a problem for 20-plus years. I don't know why it took so long to get to the stage where we actually needed to do something. From my perspective, when code was notified and brought into this, they were actually quite responsive to our requests. I think part of the problem is that a certain tenant or two in the motel was creating many of the problems. And I think there was legitimate fear on the part of the owner to try to kick this person out. This related motel, I'm quite familiar with what you're referring to. We are addressing it. I think there's information that I can't necessarily go into at the moment. Please trust that. There's certain things I can't necessarily talk about.
I'm asking because I appreciate the updates, and I think in lieu of what I've brought up before as a vacancy tax being necessary, that we made these adjustments. And it seems like I'm grateful for the adjustments and all the work, but it felt like we had a lot of ability to enforce what it was on the books before, and we weren't doing it. And kind of in respect to what my colleagues were mentioning about, you know, was that a lack of resources? Because what does this now do that's going to say, oh, now we're going to go address, for example, that item, you know, that motel, for example? Like, is any of these updates going to mean that now you're going to be able to have the tools in your toolbox? Because it feels like those tools already existed.
Well, I think, Mayor, there's different ways to answer the question. I think the short answer is we should absolutely do everything we can in the powers that we have to make sure we're getting compliance from any property. Because the problem is, once we're notified, we do need to act. And I cannot speak for what's happened previously, but I recognize that in the last 2 years, there really has been somewhat of maybe a reset in how we're doing things in some of our divisions, especially in code enforcement. I think staff is now really truly getting into the weeds of understanding where we're having issues, how quickly can we move on them, and moving on them. I think the relationship we have with the city attorney's office has been a great relationship. I think we've established a good partnership. So as soon as we're notified of a nuisance, a serious nuisance, I mean, we really need to act on that very quickly. And I think you'll see us doing more of that. And a lot of the item tonight in my mind was truly a cleanup effort. It was to get our code to a place where we're maximizing it. I think you're going to see more of that when it comes to code enforcement, because I think we're seeing it from the community, we're hearing it from the community, we have the support from council to really move forward in our abatement efforts. And I think providing you these types of updates is important, it's imperative, but actually doing the work in the field is probably more important. So you have our commitment that as soon as we are brought in and we're made aware, we are on it, and we want to work with the property owners to get their properties to exactly where they need to be for our community.
And I know there's been recent changes in leadership, most recently yourself, not that long ago as well. So I do want to acknowledge that and thank you. But I do have a question, and it's has nothing to do with anyone standing here, but do you feel, because we've referenced the city attorney's office multiple times, that it would be beneficial in a lot of cities, code enforcement is actually placed under the city attorney's office? Is that something that would make, I don't know, maybe that's not a question you can answer here, but I'm just curious if that makes a difference in terms of, I mean, I know you guys can communicate, but enforcement.
It really just depends on what it is we're trying to accomplish as a city. I think between Dan and I, we've worked for other jurisdictions. That is a model that's there. I know I personally haven't had that model before in the multiple jurisdictions I've worked in, because philosophically, it's how do you want to approach code enforcement? And there are some policy decisions there. As far as what we do in the city of Santa Monica, I think in an effort to work with our residents, the tenants, the property owners. I think what we do is give them that opportunity to work with us. A lot of what code enforcement does now is there's an education that comes with it as well. We give them a notice, we educate them, we try to get them to comply, and after we've exhausted all of those methods, then we turn the case over to the city attorney's office. Should the council wish to make that change, that there are some pros and cons. I'm not prepared to discuss
that's okay. You don't have to. I was
items
just
tonight.
curious.
But I think it just depends on how do we want to change philosophically how we do code enforcement in the city. And there's considerations. The system we have in place now is really based on working with the property owners, educating them, bringing them along, and then if they don't do what we're asking them to do, getting them through a different method, which we already have in place. I think that's the most I can comment this evening.
Yeah, are we triaging these with, like, there's some known community eyesores, like, I don't know, is it Stanford and Broadway? There's Maine and Ashland. Like, there's some properties that those of us, I see Councilmember Hall shaking his head, no, if you live in the area or if you walk by, like, these have for years. Are those the ones that are being addressed first? Because as we talk about warnings, I feel like those people have probably, hopefully been notified already.
Well, I think it's the Broadway and Stanford one is actually a perfect example. That was, in my interview to get this job, I was specifically told about this particular property and that day one, vacant property is going to be my first program to move forward on. And once we, cleared it through city council and it became effective, that was the first property that we addressed. And it went from being vacant for I don't know how many years. It's now an active construction site. I mean, it looks so much better than what it did. I mean, I haven't checked it recently.
I don't know about that.
I haven't checked it in the past couple months, I mean, to be perfectly honest, but last time I was by there was an active construction site that looked so much better than what it used to. But if it's fallen in disrepair, I'm happy to have somebody out there tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we had some community members that went and cleaned up some stuff around it themselves, but like Maine and Ashland, for example, I mean, these are other, again, like, I hope we're not doing this reset where we're saying, oh, now we're going to start with a bunch of warnings, because it feels like things just don't have teeth then.
Well, that's the idea of these letters that we initially sent out. I mean,
Okay.
we wanted to make sure that this letter is going to serve as,
Really
baseline
a
of-
baseline.
yeah.
We've given everyone a very fair warning to say, we're watching you, we know you've got violations, you've got vacancies. I mean, we all know vacancies lead to other issues in the community. And at this point, we've given them an extra tool, which is we want to work with you to actually help you find tenants for your sites, if that's the issue. We're going to be very actively pursuing the vacant properties. That's a huge priority for us. As far as the hotspots, I think our goal would be, at least my goal would be, that we are regularly looking at those spots and using every tool we have, including going to prosecution, because that is a tool. And I'm pretty certain, I think Dan is definitely in the same place as I am.
Yeah, especially in the commercial districts, I think folks think that, and often, like the Promenade, I think there's a misunderstanding that the city owns and operates those buildings and we don't. And we all know that activating the Promenade with events, yeah, we might have some control over that, but activating the spaces are also part of addressing the top three priorities. My last question is just the section about drug and alcohol use outside of a business. Can you just explain that a little bit? And I'm asking because, the 7-Eleven, I mean, all 7-Elevens, but the 7-Eleven on Wilshire across from the proper, that's a huge problem and it's been forever. And that activity is happening there. Can you expand on that? what that
Again,
means.
this is not really much of a substantive change to what's already existing in the code. That's already sort of defined as a public nuisance. It's just sort of reordered and consistent with the current terminology about that. But public drunkenness and consumption of alcohol in public spaces or other disruptive activities related to consumption of alcohol or drugs is a public nuisance. It is under our current code as well.
But if it's repetitive, and we know it is at that location, for example, there's the police that come and show up on an individual basis if you're drunk in public, right? That's a police issue. When does code enforcement take place? When it becomes a congregation, or it's like every day there's groups of people who are doing that activity? We have a new business that's opening up at that location that's going to be serving young kids and their families, and specifically in the alley and in front and in the parking lot. You know, 7-Eleven does a thing at all 7-Elevens where they play loud music. We haven't seen much success with that outside of those lots hiring private security. Where does code enforcement come in?
I think when PD actually reports that information to us, that's kind of when we're brought in. One thing I've been kicking around that I want to start working on is creating in West Hollywood, we had a thing called a GBGB, the Good Businesses Have Gone Bad task force, where basically you just get together. It could be PD, fire, code, city attorney's office, whoever it might be, get together and talk about those nuisance type properties that are ongoing and repetitive, instead of just relying on, the occasional email that comes out every few weeks or whatever, or randomly, get together, have one list that we all work off of. We share information, have a face-to-face back and forth, and this is what our experiences is. Code, can you help us out? Or fire, can you help us out? Et cetera, et cetera. So I think we need to increase our cooperation between all of the agencies that we currently have at our disposal. But we also need to do that with vacant properties. I mean, vacant properties is a separate subset of nuisance properties. But we're setting up a meeting for next week to start a vacant properties task force. Again, building, code, PD, fire, planning, housing, rent control, have all of them to come together, and so everybody's on the same page. We can see all of the list of all of the vacant properties, what the current condition of is good, medium, bad. We need to have more of that. And I think we're just getting to the place where we can really start doing this. Not that we didn't want to, it's just I don't think we've had the ability to. But I think that the tide is turning. We're starting to get to where we need to get.
I'm looking forward to that, and I hope that whatever reporting you do, we can make available to the public. Like anything we get as city council should be available to the public so that they can see, what percentage of buildings are vacant and the progress that you're mentioning as to what you're doing. I think it shows the work you're doing, and it allows the city to, the constituents to be able to see what's happening without contacting us.
And we do plan on sharing before and afters as well. I think sometimes pictures speak quite a bit, and being respectful of the property address, but also being able to show some of the success we're having. I mean, code enforcement is not something that's easy to do, as you all know, but I think a lot of the things we've put in place with council support, we're going to start seeing, really optimistic that we're going to start seeing the results. And I think we've got the teeth, we've got the tools. Now it's moving forward with enforcement as much as we can.
And also when new businesses coming in, informing them of code enforcement, the new policies, and making sure that they're complying. Mayor Pro Tem Trosis? He doesn't, I've been
He's not.
texting.
I think, given the extensive questions and discussions we've had, I'm ready to move the item as amended by the city attorney. I'm ready to move
We
the
do have two
item.
people in the queue.
Yeah, she wants to
Councilmember
move
Zoid.
the item as amended by the city
I
attorney.
will move the item as amended by the city attorney.
And I'm happy to second, and I have a very brief comment.
Go ahead, Councilmember Zoid.
I just want to say thank you again for all the work. I recognize that, first of all, code is just one piece of this puzzle, and you guys are doing great work when limited resources. And I think all of us also recognize that all three of you standing up here have actually only been with the city with a limited amount of time. So, and a lot of these problems long predate you. We're just very anxious and excited to see these new tools be put into good effect, and to see real great cooperation across these different parts of the city, specifically on like a property by property basis, like you guys discussed and we all discussed tonight. So thank you again.
Councilmember Zonetskaya.
I agree with everything Councilmember Zwick just said, and just had two quick comments. The first of which being, when my apartment was flooded and I had to call on the city services to assist, code enforcement was amazing. Building and safety was excellent. I am so incredibly grateful for the assistance that the city attorney's office provided in getting my issues resolved. So I am so excited to see what y'all can do with these new tools. So that's my first comment. And then the second one, I just wanted to note that the staff report does include a revision to add loitering and disorderly conduct. And this is more for the public record because I know that as the city that we are, we're very aware that loitering, the language of anti-loitering laws, has historically been used to unfairly target marginalized folks. And I'm sure we are very aware and doing everything that we can to not do that here in this city. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Violate, I think, all of our values.
Yeah, thank you all so much. And yes, reiterating that you both just, I know you've the newest, and we're excited and thank you. But our three top priorities are clean and safe, public safety, economic recovery, and what the work that you're doing ties into all of that. I think we lead with the lens of progressiveness always in the city, but I think the type of loitering we are talking about is what folks are seeing on our streets, and we need to address these things. We need to act swiftly, and that's how we're going to bring our city back to where we need it. So thank you for this report, and I think we have direction from Mayor Pro Tem Terosis. She wants to move. Do we get a second?
Yeah,
By Councilmember Zwick. And then we're going to have some direction afterwards by Councilmember Raskin, but can we call the vote?
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes. And Councilmember Raskin would like to provide direction.
Yeah, again, thank you very much for amazing presentation. Just very quickly, if I have the support of my fellow council members, just to ask that you collaborate with the Rent Control Agency in carrying out this item.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Moving on to item 12A. Public hearing and adoption of Santa Monica Housing Authority Draft 5-Year Plan, fiscal year 2025-2026 annual and administrative plans. And I do need to report that no members of the Housing Authority Board, well, actually, I guess we should call it to order. Mary, did you want to officially call the Housing Authority to order?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so we're going to now call the Housing Authority roll call.
Okay. And I do need to state for the record that no Housing Authority Board members receive a payment of $50 for meeting as the Housing Authority Board. Authority Member Muktasit St. Clair. Council members, Authority Member Zwick, sorry.
Here.
Authority Member Hall.
Present.
Authority Member Raskin.
Here.
Authority Member Snell.
Here.
Authority Member Zernitskaya.
Present.
Chair Pro Tem Terosis.
Here.
And Chair Negrete.
Here.
Okay. Public, item 12, I already read into the record, so we can move on.
Good evening, Chair Negrete and Housing Authority Board members. My name is Patrick Comesu. I'm the Housing Authority Administrator for the City of Santa Monica Housing Authority within the Housing and Human Services Department. Tonight, I am pleased to present the proposed Public Housing Authority Plan, PHA Plan, for the fiscal year 2025-2026, consisting of the draft 5-year plan for 2025, the annual plan for 2025-2026, and the draft administrative plan for 2025-2026. Staff respectfully requests that the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board members present tonight hold a public hearing, receive public comments, and approve these proposed plans. The Santa Monica Housing Authority provides rental assistance to over 1,750 low-income Santa Monica residents across 6 federally funded and regulated programs, which are the Housing Choice Voucher Program, or HCV program, the Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing, or VASH program, the Continuum of Care, or COC program, the HOME program, the Emergency Housing Vouchers, or EHV program, and the Stability Voucher program. Each year, the Santa Monica Housing Authority is required to submit an updated PHA plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, more commonly known as HUD, and this year's submission includes the following items. In Attachment A, the proposed 5-year plan for fiscal year 2025 to 2030. In Attachment B, the annual plan for the fiscal year 2025 to 2026, and a progress report on the previous 5-year plan from 2020 to 2025. In Attachment C, the draft administrative plan for the fiscal year 2025 to 2026. In Attachment D, the summary of proposed discretionary policy changes. In Attachment E, the public comments and input received during the comment period. These documents reflect our evolving goals, policies, and strategies, and ensure transparency with HUD programs, participants, and the broader community. The PHA plan outlines our annual and long-term direction. The PHA plan has many components, but this year, there are 2 major components that we would like to update you on tonight. The first is the proposed 5-year plan for fiscal year 2025 through 2030, which includes 3 major goals. The first being to expand supportive housing solutions, which includes actively pursuing new vouchers and support the creation and rehab of affordable housing units. 2, to enhance access to voucher programs with a focus on reducing homelessness and helping at-risk families remain stably housed. And 3, to promote excellence and innovation, fostering a responsive, client-centered approach, grow landlord relationships, and leverage technology to improve service delivery. The second major component tonight in this year is the draft administrative plan for the fiscal year 2025-26. A major update this year is the expansion of the successful pilot program, which allowed for the prioritization for Santa Monica residents experiencing some form of homelessness in our community. Previously capped at 20 vouchers in the last fiscal year, its success and positive reception in the community over this year has prompted the expansion of this policy to include the ability to create more partners, allocate more vouchers, while still prioritizing vulnerable Santa Monica-based households under this proposed Tier 1 policy. With this plan, public transparency and engagement are central to this process. All draft documents were available for public review and comment from January 10th to February 25th to 2025. Voucher holders were notified via mail or email, their preferred method of choice, on December 30th, January 7th, and January 22nd. Staff hosted an introduction session on December 5th at the regularly scheduled Housing Commission meeting and a workshop on January 8th, providing detailed overviews and guidance on how to participate in the PHA plan process. Staff also presented the draft PHA plans to the Housing Commission on February 6th to gather further input and comment. Staff is proud to present the finalized draft PHA plan tonight, which incorporates valuable feedback from the community and key stakeholders. Furthermore, staff welcomes any final comments and is requesting the Housing Authority Board approval of the PHA plan and its submission to HUD by the April 17th, 2025 deadline. Upon approval, the PHA plan will go into effect this year, July 1st, 2025. An important note on the ongoing federal changes: HUD is currently in the process of implementing the Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act, also known as HOTMA, and the Santa Monica Housing Authority has proactively adopted many of the required changes, and staff is preparing for full compliance pending forthcoming guidance from HUD by June 1, 2025. This transition has resulted in pre-HOTMA and post-HOTMA chapters for 6, 7, and 11 of the draft administrative plan. Pending HUD's instruction for the further implementation, of these HOTMA compliances. Throughout this transition, staff will continue to keep voucher holders informed as well as we roll out these HOTMA-aligned procedures. Based on the work completed and input received, staff recommends the following actions. Hold public hearing and receive public comment. Adopt the Santa Monica Housing Authority 5-year plan for fiscal year 2025 for the fiscal years 2025 through 2030. Adopt the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual plan for the previous 5-year plan for fiscal years 2020 to 2025. Adopt the fiscal year 2025-2026 Santa Monica Housing Authority administrative plan. Authorize the submission of the fiscal year 2025-2026 PHA plan, which consists of the 5-year plan for fiscal year 2025, the annual plan for fiscal year 2025 to 2026, and the administrative plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. And finally, adopt finding no possibility of significant effect pursuant to Section 15061B3 Common Sense Exemption of the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA guidelines. Thank you for your time and your commitment to support housing in this community.
Thank you. So at this time, we're taking questions. I don't see anybody in the queue. Is public comment happening? I don't see anyone in the queue, so I'm not going to ask again. Are we, oh, there we go. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Sorry. Thanks so much for all your work on this. I had a quick question on the public participation process. You noted that you had sent out emails or mailed letters using the preferred method of communication for folks who were voucher holders. So I was just wondering how many members of the public or what rough percentage of voucher holders participated in this process, and is it about the same as prior years?
I don't know if it's, we get more involvement throughout the year because although the public comment period really is only a 45-day period to, where your comments are written down, and then submitted to HUD. We do take feedback throughout the year, so that's something we changed. So like 2 years ago, people were more active in terms of this time period. Now as an organization, this is kind of like an ongoing practice for us. Participation in this was what I would hope for. Like the Housing Commission, folks always show up. I always receive calls, letters, and comments. I mean, at least over, usually at the workshop, we had over 30 participants. And then, so in comments, we receive generally the same comments, but about 20 to 30 folks will comment on different things during the public comment period.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Going once, going twice? Okay, so now are we hearing public comment? So,
One member of the public signed in the queue.
is that Denise Neal?
Correct.
Yes. Denise Neal.
I have I'm sorry, good evening again, Honorable Mayor Negrete and council members and community at large. I'm still puzzled as to how the public is able to participate, especially if only voucher holders are being considered and the I guess, public information seeking, because there are lots of homeless that are not being considered, and they really should have a voice in the process as far as voucher needs or experiences and being pushed to the bottom of the list. It happened to my family several times, and I'd like to know if there's a way that you can actually improve communication and involvement of actual homeless individuals and families and what their voucher needs are and what's holding them back from being qualified. After 30-plus years of trying to obtain a voucher, it never happened for my family. And now it's happening with my children whose father passed away. They can't get what they need. So I'm trying to get clarity on what these processes should really look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude public comment, clerk? I just want to make sure that's the last.
Includes the public input.
Okay. Okay, so can we close the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, So that closes the public hearing, and I'm sorry that I just feel like I'm lost as to what's happening next. I'm giving, are we adjourning the special meeting, or are we, I mean, like, we close the public?
Vote on the item.
Yeah, so is someone going to make a motion, or are we going to have discussion? I thought, because I had Hajar's name, and I have her up here, but obviously.
She's on the,
Yeah.
Whoever wants to discuss.
So does anyone want to start the discussion mode? I don't see anyone in the queue.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, well, Mayor Pro Tem,
Apparently, since no one can understand me here, can you hear?
I can hear you.
Okay, well, Doug cannot. Just kidding. Okay, I would move to adopt the Santa Monica Housing Authority 5-year plan fiscal year 25 through 2030.
Second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis made the motion, seconded by Councilmember Raskin.
Authority member Muktasid St. Clair.
Yes.
Authority member Zwick.
Yes.
Authority member Hall.
Yes.
Authority member Raskin.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Authority member Snell.
Yes.
Authority member Zernitskaya.
I had a quick question. Authority Member Pro Tem, was your motion for the staff recommendation or
No,
just
we have
for-
to do each of them
Each one,
individually.
yeah.
Yeah,
Doing
Okay.
6.
unless the clerk can tell me that I can combine them.
Actually, yeah, can they be? If they can be-
Okay, so they can all be combined. All right, I would revise, apologies, I'll remake the motion. We would adopt the 5-year plan for fiscal year 25 through 2030, adopt the annual plan for the previous 5-year plan, fiscal year 2020 through 25, adopt the Santa Monica Housing Authority Administrative Plan for 25-26, authorize the submission of our 25-26 PHA plan, which consists of the 5-year plan for fiscal year 25, the annual plan for 25-26, and the administrative plan to HUD. And I would also move to adopt a finding of no possibility of significant effect pursuant to CEQA.
Can we not do it like that? Because one of them I'm not voting on.
Okay, which one?
We can pull it. Do you want to,
There was no HAP representative at that time.
Okay.
Do you wanna pull
which
that
one? Do you
one?
want? Which one is that?
Whichever one includes, I think it's the 1-3, the 2020 to 2025. There wasn't a HAB at that time. so I
Okay,
can't
sorry.
amend that.
Okay, so
So-
I will amend the motion to remove
the
the
annual? plan?
adoption of the annual plan for the previous 5-year plan, 2020 through 25. That's the second item that I mentioned.
Second item. Okay.
Yeah, otherwise, we will vote on the rest.
Okay.
And for the record, I'll second that
Thank
motion.
you.
Okay, I'm going to recall the roll.
Sorry.
It's okay. Authority member Muktasid St. Clair.
You're asking me to vote or the roll?
Vote.
No, we're voting. We're re-voting on the
But we
motion.
pulled
What's
that
the
one
one
item.
pulled out?
Absent the one you mentioned.
Yes.
Authority member Zwick.
Yes.
Authority member Hall.
Yes.
Authority member Raskin.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Authority member Snell.
Yes.
Authority member Zernitskaya.
Yes.
And Chair Negrete.
Yes.
I will now move that we adopt the fiscal year 25-26 annual plan for the previous 5-year plan, fiscal year 20 through 25.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Authority member Muktasid St. Clair.
No.
Authority member Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Authority member Snell.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Authority member Raskin.
Yes.
Authority member Hall.
Yes.
Authority member Zwick.
Yes.
And Chair Negrete.
Yes. So,
Do you want to adjourn?
yeah, so that adjourns our special meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the council member discussion items. Item 16A, recommendation to rescind the March 25th, 2025 appointment of Yolanda Mickens to the Housing Authority Board and consider new appointment to the vacancy on the board with a term ending June 30, 2026. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, Ms. Mickens cannot serve. So we need to make another appointment to the Housing Authority Board.
Do we have any nominations?
Hold on for a second, let me just pull up.
Oh, yeah, we're using, now, how's this going to work with Councilmember Hall?
He has a QR code.
Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Belinda Phillips.
Second.
We're not doing it the other way.
No, she's gonna put all of them in there that we nominated.
Nominations don't need a second.
Yeah, that's correct. Any other nominations?
Well, if there are no other, can we do it by acclamation?
Yes, you can, yeah.
All in favor? Aye.
Oh, I guess we have to do.
Aye.
We have to do a roll.
Oh, we have to do roll call because we're
Sorry.
because he's,
Because he is remote.
Remote.
We have to do a recall.
are you looking at more names or are we calling?
Okay.
Sorry, Councilmember Snell, are you okay to move on with this vote? Okay.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Great.
Item 16.
Welcome, Ms. Mickens.
No, not Ms. Missigan.
Wow.
It's okay.
Hello. Sorry, I'm not feeling good. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Item 16B, the request by Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Zwick for the city attorney and city manager to analyze using Measure K PSK funds to aggregate and produce a dashboard on the city's website for the public to view the city attorney criminal prosecution data.
I think it's pretty straightforward, and I don't want to spend too much time belaboring items, but, do you have a comment, city manager?
Mayor and council members, the 16 item includes direction to use Measure K and Measure PSK funds. We may have the ability in-house with our ISD department to do this.
Okay.
So I'd like us to be able to explore that first, and if we don't have the capability and need to include this in the list of items under, that will be recommended to you, then we do that at that point. But I'd appreciate the opportunity to check with our ISD department, because they've already done a dashboard for the police department, and there may be, and I know the city attorney has been working, I
Carpel.
believe, with ISD, but I'd still like to, I haven't been involved.
I think the only reason we put that in there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Zwick, is in the event that came back to us that there's no money to do this, we wanted to say that
Yeah.
it was in line with public safety efforts and a transparency dashboard to track, much like the police department does, the second phase of what happens thereafter was the goal. So whether you can do that through ISD, that would be great, or existing funds. That's the direction for the dashboard. I don't know if you want to add anything, Councilmember Zwick?
No, I'd just say, obviously, if we have the ability to leverage our existing resources and capabilities in-house without
yeah.
needing to dip into new funds, that would be preferable. And, we just had a long presentation, obviously, on code and nuisance issues. And ideally, this would also be data, some of which that, I was able to be privy to by asking for, related to cases that have been opened and closed in different categories. And this would also be data that would be great to be able to have publicly accessible.
I think one of the points of this data too is just as we address the top priorities with public safety, I think oftentimes the frustration from the community is that they see unhoused individuals and public safety concerns, and they see police interaction, but then they don't know what happens. Or there's this idea that like folks don't actually have to pay the consequences for committing certain crimes, or what happens after the fact when these things are addressed. So this would be just a way public facing to track how that works and maybe provide a little bit more clarity for the community. And with that, I'd like to move this item. Can I get a second? Okay, move by myself. Second with Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Sorry, point of order. Are we, is the motion to incorporate the interim city manager's request?
Yes, to use funds readily available through ISD, or is that what you mean? Yeah, or otherwise.
Yes.
The first
existing
report
funds
in-house,
before
yeah.
looking at Measure K or PSK.
Councilmember Zernit-Sky?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Maybe we can get a code enforcement dashboard.
Well, was my next plan,
Yeah.
but let's start with these. I think we should have a dashboard for everything, so.
Item 16C, request of Mayor Negrete and Councilmembers Zwick and Zernit-Skaya that the City Council direct the City Manager and City Attorney due to public safety concerns to explore the ability of the City of Santa Monica to establish a nighttime curfew for Santa Monica State Beach with California State Parks and the California Coastal Commission and report back to Council with options for closure.
I brought this item up before a couple years ago, and there was, obviously didn't move forward past this dais, and we're bringing it back now. And I think in light of the last, 24 months, we've had even more crime, everything from murders, rapes, and even accidental deaths. It's a huge liability for our beach maintenance crew who has to rake the beaches early in the morning. And as we know, there's been instances where folks have been run over. There's a saying the police use, nothing good happens after midnight. So I don't know what that curfew would be, but other state beaches do have a curfew. I think the city attorney's office has looked into some of that. I know in the past, Coastal Commission, the concern is about access to our public beaches. However, it does explicitly list if there is concerns around public safety, and we have a litany of things that have been occurring on our beaches, that this is one of the reasons. And again, this is for, sleeping on the beach. I do ride-alongs often in the wee hours of the morning with our help team and with West Coast Cares, and folks are sleeping and are sometimes, if it's dark in the morning, you can't see them. It's extremely unsafe. And the last few unfortunate crimes have been against young women on our beaches, and so I think it's time for us to look at a curfew. Councilmember Zwick or Zernit-Skaya, did you want to make any comments?
No, I think you said it all.
Thanks. Councilmember Raskin? Oh, sorry, did you want to say?
No, I think you phrased it well. I mean, I think we've had at least 2, perhaps 3 individuals who've been run over while lying and sleeping on our beach at night, and in addition to all the other instances that you've already listed, it's been quite endemic lately in a way that's very troubling and concerning to me. And I think we all want to preserve access. There are ways to perhaps tailor this where if someone needs desperately to take a jog, at 4 in the morning, they could do that, but we could still narrowly tailor this to protect public safety.
That would probably be our city attorney out there in the morning at 4 a.m. Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, thank you to my colleagues for bringing this item forward. So back in 2020, in his first meeting as a council member, Phil Brock brought an item to do an overnight beach curfew. And my understanding was that at the time that was intended to address individuals who were unhoused and living on the beach. And at the time, I contacted Amber Dobson, who was then the regional director for the Coastal Commission, and asked, can we do an overnight beach closure? And she said categorically no, that a total beach closure would not be consistent with the Coastal Act. Personally, as a matter of policy, I'm not in favor of a total blanket beach closure, but there are serious public safety issues that we, I think, are trying to address by this item. So for the sake of getting consensus, I would make a motion, or maybe it's more appropriate to do after hearing from other council members, but I would be inclined to make a motion to have some conversations with the Coastal Commission to figure out what options are available for more narrowly tailored policy that would address these safety concerns.
I just want to say that I think that's implied when, we have to deal with Coastal Commission anyways, but a curfew is the phrase that we're using. It's not really a closure. And I think, as Councilmember Zwick mentioned, the idea is not to not allow public access. Rather, it's to protect those that are sleeping on the beach. It's for their own safety, to not be run over in the wee hours of the morning. And also, we know that some of the crimes that have happened, be it both murders and attacks on the beach have happened in the middle of the night when there's no police authority there to, we don't even have proper lighting on the beach at night. So I think there are other beaches that do it, and it looks like our city attorney has his microphone on. Did you want to respond?
Yes, Mayor. I was going to suggest that the direction include pursuing options short of full closure. For example, a limited area that might be closed, or a trial period, or instead of full closure, just maybe no lying down on the beach in the dark. In other words, you could still walk.
Okay, I wouldn't be amenable to a certain area, because I think what would happen is then everybody would just go to a certain area to sleep. So I think, in my opinion, leaving it where it's at now and not creating, putting ourselves in a box gives us the opportunity to talk to Coastal Commission. I saw the language from Coastal Commission. It specifically and explicitly says if there has been numerous instances of crime happening and it's posing a danger, and in this case even an issue of liability with the city paying out claims to running over people, I think those things stacked up over the last few years gives us some pretty good weight behind adding what we're calling a curfew and not a beach closure. Again, not to restrict access to jogging on the beach in the morning or watching the sunrise. I think our police department, we have to remember when we put these tools in their toolbox to assess folks being out on the beach, if we limit them, it's not impactful. They will use their judgment. Seeing someone going for a jog on the beach, I think they'll know the difference between that and having someone laying there. I did hear from a police officer who saw the woman who was unfortunately beaten at the beach just hours before, and said, had I had a reason to tell her she can't be sleeping on the beach, she might be alive today. So that's just one instance of how we're actually, protecting in a lot of ways the folks that are unhoused that are choosing the beach to sleep on. Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah, I mean, just to respond very quickly, I mean, I get that. I think those are important policy concerns. I think, I'm not opposed to hearing what the options are, if this is just to explore what's out there. But if we're going a step further, I think we should look at other solutions and not a total beach closure, and figure out how else we can effectuate public safety while keeping the beaches open for public access at night.
I mean, well, we don't have the money to have the beach patrolled by our police department 24/7, or the money to institute new lights. So I think this is that. It's going to come back, and we're going to be told what Coastal Commission will allow. Councilmember Snow?
I guess my question been answered slightly. I mean, you say limited closure. I don't know how do we limit closure on our beach? I mean, it'd be
Like
very
a certain set of hours.
I mean, well, you say a certain set of hours, but if I want to run 3 o'clock in the morning on the beach, would I be allowed to do that? I mean, we're in a dilemma. I support closing the beach. I mean, I understand that the Coastal Commission has clearly said that that's not something we could do unless it poses a violation for some reason. I really would like to hear more discussion about it, because a limited closure, I don't know whether it meets the criteria. My son was an ocean lifeguard, and that was a big concern of theirs constantly when he was riding on the beach early in the morning. He was constantly worried about it. Also with, cleaning the sand on the beach. There's been numerous times where people have been killed or injured because of it. I support a closure if we can do it, and I'd love to have more discussion with the Coastal Commission to see how we can do this, because I think it's very necessary.
Councilmember Hall?
Thank you. I would just say, generally, I'm in favor of this. We close our parks at night, and under the Boise decision, we were allowed to enforce our anti-encampment laws because we provided enough permanent supportive housing and temporary supportive housing as a community. But I would like to limit this, and as we're exploring options, where my mindset is coming from, I would like to limit this to our operational needs, to limit our liabilities. I generally don't like measures that are simply tools used to make unhoused people feel uncomfortable, and in the hopes that they'll go somewhere else. But I trust our staff and ourselves, frankly, to tailor this narrowly to a certain time when we run a high risk of accidents and liabilities. I would say I am in favor of exploring geographic limitations, but I would say like at this time, unless new information would come to light to me or new scenarios presented, I think the one area I'd be most amenable to exploring is specifically around the pier. We see a lot of trespassing under the pier and fires being used for cooking or for warmth. And so as we're thinking about like closures, that would be a geographic limitation I'd be interested in exploring to preserve the safety of the pier and the safety of our public, our police officers who have to crawl around over there to remove trespassers. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Yeah, I would have to agree that just given the legal precedent that I've read on this, I would think that we want to direct the city attorney to come back with options to maintain public safety and limit the city's liability on the beach. And I think those options could be, if we have these discussions with Coastal Commission, banning any sitting or sleeping on the beach. But to Barry's point, if you want to take a run on the beach bike path at 3 a.m, I would think that
The bike path is.
Coastal Commission would, or sorry, I don't know, whatever you're doing, running on the beach. I think we have to make sure that we're not running afoul of the law and that we're tailoring this so it doesn't look like we're just trying to sweep up homeless people.
Yeah.
That's what I'm concerned about. And I don't know if that's like additional direction to the city attorney because we're just asking you to report back. But the way that it's worded, it says that we are establishing a nighttime curfew. And it seems like we might want to make it a little bit broader to see options.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. So I agree with Councilmember Hall's notes and what else has been said. I do want to clarify, I think when, assuming this item passes, when the city attorney comes back to us with options, I would also love to see some data about where these incidents are happening so that we can better understand how to narrowly tailor it. And it is implied in the language, but I do also want to clarify that one of the options I think we can look at is maybe something like a pilot program that's very narrowly, that's time limited so that we can see what's the difference in the however long period, whatever period of time prior to this, and then whatever period of time this program is in effect. So that way we would have data for the Coastal Commission should they be comfortable with letting us do a pilot program, so that we would have justification to have a longer term program.
Yeah, I think anything we can do to have proof to look back and say this was effective and have it be easily amendable if it wasn't. I just want to reiterate, there's a common sense factor with the police department. I just know from having gone on many ride-alongs for many years that they use when addressing these issues. I'm pretty sure they're not in the business of like taking their time and getting out of their vehicle to address a person jogging on the beach, but I could be wrong, and I don't think that, but I get that we want to establish that that's not the point, is that, and in terms of addressing our unhoused population, I do want to just say that oftentimes, and I'm saying this from experience, there have been beds available and folks are resistant, and we want to get people indoors whenever possible, so it's not to be cruel, but rather to keep these folks out of harm. I've spoke to 2 girls 3 weeks ago who said they sleep together on the beach and they have to sleep in these group piles together. And even when 2 beds were available, they didn't want them. And so they're choosing to put themselves in danger. And as we saw not that long ago, that danger sometimes ends up being someone losing their life on the beach at night. So look, we all said that public safety, homelessness, economic recovery was top 3 priorities. Well, these are some of the things that we need to do to get there. The wordsmithing I've never been so great at. I'm fine with leaving it open, but what I don't want to do is come to Coastal Commission with our own roadblocks, because they're going to do that for us. So why don't we see what is available to us, and the city attorney can come back with establishing what's available and understanding that what we are trying to do is mitigate crime, and this is a public safety issue and liability issues.
Yeah, Council, so I want to be clear on what the direction is here. It says to essentially contact Coastal Commission and pursue options. As opposed to, you don't want just a legal analysis of options, you want us to actually contact them and see what they're willing to allow, right?
Yeah, and And also, we discussed this, and I think you know already, by the way, what other beaches are closed at night, have a curfew?
I can't remember.
Well, I know
off the
Santa
top of my
Barbara.
head. I know Huntington Beach is the classic
Huntington
one,
Beach,
but
Santa
they were
Barbara.
grandfathered in because they were doing it before Coastal Commission was regulating.
Yeah.
And then there's some other ones, but they're fairly limited.
Santa
in scope.
Barbara does, and Santa Cruz,
Right.
yeah.
Right. And then there are some that have had it temporarily and not necessarily long-term. But yes, there are a few out there. We have also submitted a Public Records Act request to Coastal Commission to find out what cities or other jurisdictions have requested closures or curfews. We want to see what the exchanges have been about those requests.
Okay. All right, well, that direction seems clear then, City Attorney. So with that, I'd like to move item 16C.
Second.
Councilmember Wick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
I'm going to abstain from this.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6-0. Item 16D, request by Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Zwick to build on direction provided by council at the March 8th, 2025 budget workshop to direct the city manager and city attorney to provide information to the council concerning the city's hybrid workplace policy, including what positions are permitted to do hybrid work, how many and to what extent employees utilize hybrid work, and how the city ensures its remote workforce remains collaborative, productive, and responsive to residents' needs, and provide information of what the hybrid workplace policies are for comparable jurisdictions, and report back on changes the city has made to its policy based on this review.
I think that pretty much sums it up. And I know that when we come back for the budget session, we're going to look at the, repopulating City Hall, if you will. And this is just to better understand, because I don't think all of us really know exactly all who's working from home and how that emergency order kind of became a policy and how it's working per department. Building culture and collaborating, I think, requires being in person, and there's a lot of that missing. I do recognize, and I think my colleagues recognize, that there are certain positions that don't interface with the community. There's also certain positions that are harder to recruit for, and working from home is an added benefit. Although it's sort of just become a way, and unlike the private sector where you can impact your bottom line by saving on office space, we don't have the luxury of doing that here in City Hall. And I think it's time that we lead by example, repopulating our city during the day, but also taking into account what positions benefit from this hybrid workforce and what modified hybrid work from home policy we might benefit from in the future. So this first part of this is to really understand how it's working currently. I don't know if my colleagues, I see Councilmember Zernitskaya, or Councilmember Zwick, sorry, I'm just going to let you. Okay, I see you, Dan. Did you want to add on, Councilmember Zwick?
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, I think, I think this is a nuanced issue. I think the world has changed, and some degree of hybridity is going to be a part of our future across workplaces everywhere. And I think there's a lot of good things related to that. People who are navigating young children in childcare, or really punishing commutes, or otherwise. This is something that can help the city obviously attract and retain talent, and we don't want to lose sight of that. I think at the same time, we've seen people realize that being completely remote can be detrimental. I sent something to the mayor that I read about how even the company Zoom has instituted a back-to-work policy because they've decided that having all their employees remote wasn't good for their own work product. So I think it's just basically something that's worth looking at closely. As to where we are and where we want to be, not to go extremely in one direction or the other, but to be really carefully considered about it and make sure that we're striking that balance.
Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, thank you. I would just say I would remind my colleagues, without getting into the details, that we're in the midst of labor negotiations, and I would caution us to not put anything there at risk. You know, we have limited levers that we have available to pull to maintain staff morale and staff retention. And so I would just caution us against any blanket statements that we're going to pursue a full workforce back at the office, because I think that would tank staff morale.
Councilmember Zernetskaya.
Thank you. And Councilmember Zwicks kind of stated many of what my concerns were. I'm all for getting more information and understanding how our policies currently function and, you know, how we are or aren't meeting needs. But I do believe that hybrid work, telework, having these flexible options that allow for, you know, job-life balance are really important. And we also know that there are a lot of positions that can't telework. I mean, you can't write parking tickets remotely or anything like that. So I'm comfortable with getting more information, but to agree with Councilmember Hall's points, I would caution against trying to enact any sort of blanket policies. And I don't believe that's the intent of this at all. That's not how I read it, but I just wanted to clarify that publicly. Thank you.
Well, I think the direction in the item is pretty clear and does not address those two things. So with that, I'd like to move item 16D. Can I get a second? Okay. It's okay, he seconded it.
Okay. Yeah.
What's the second?
Councilmember Snell.
I'm sorry.
I moved it. Oh.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 16E, request of Councilmember Zwick that the City Council approve the city taking a support position on SB 79, Planning and Zoning, Housing Development, Transit-Oriented Development, and direct the city manager to notify the city's contract lobbyist and ensure a letter stating the city's position on the legislation is prepared to inform State Assembly Member Rick Zabur and State Senator Ben Allen.
Sorry, point of order. Mayor, if Councilmember Zwick would be comfortable, would we be able to combine 16E and 16F and to have one big discussion rather than having?
Because they're related. Is that possible? Are you amenable to that?
Yes, in fact, I suggested that when I first was
perfect.
putting these on.
Thank you.
Do you have a comment about that?
Also, item 16F.
Okay, that's fine. It's all in
Request of Council Member Zwick that the City Council approve the city taking a support position on the SB 677, Housing Development Streamlined Approvals, which seeks to streamline approvals for housing development and direct the city manager to notify the city's contract lobbyist and ensure a letter stating the city's position on the legislation, the state to State Assembly Member Zabur and State Senator Ben Allen.
Maybe I'll speak a few moments of introduction, and then we can open it up from there. So there was a lot of public comment and written comment for and against, and there were a few things that just were just somewhat mistaken as to what the legislation is and what it does that I wanted to quickly clarify. I did take the time to read the bills. They are written down. I did talk to the author and some of its co-sponsors about specific clarifying questions. SB 79 won't cover the entire city. There is a definition of what high-quality transit stop means. Currently, the one stops in the city that would qualify in Santa Monica are the stops on the E-line, as well as bus stops with sub 15-minute headways or lines that have dedicated bus lines. So only a few of the BBB lines in the city currently would qualify. There are affordability requirements. Our local 15% inclusionary requirement would apply to any projects that qualify under SB 79. So every project built would have affordable units, deed-restricted affordable units therein. And then there was a comment made several times about SB 677 and writing, and I think in person, that it would allow somehow for parcels to be split again and again ad infinitum. In fact, it limits a parcel to be split only once. Code section 66411.7A4F specifically limits any parcels that have been established through prior exercise of an urban lot split as provided for in this section. So lots can only be split once. I heard tonight that this bill is unpassed. How can we support it? Well, that's the point. We weigh in on legislation that is pending a vote. If we waited till it was either passed or did not pass, we would not be really doing anything at all. I was told that this would help developers, and that is bad. And I would just say that what do developers build? It is homes. And who lives in those homes that are built by developers? It is people. I've heard that this will make homes more expensive and it will destroy the tax base. I've heard that this will not help lower housing prices because demand to live here is infinite, but also that there's no need for more homes here because everything is already vacant. How are all of these things possible? They're not, and those questions are never really answered. But I would like to zoom out a little bit. California is losing population. It's losing electoral college votes. Quite simply, it's losing the future. As one Brighton commenter pointed out, if we continue along this path, if California and New York continue along this path of blocking homes, we will lose at least 5 electoral college votes by 2030 when they're reapportioned, while Texas and Florida are on track to gain 8, jeopardizing not just politics and the state of living in California, but also the national political electoral college and the associated ability to elect a president, with California leading the way. What does blocking homes do? It hoards opportunity, it commits generational warfare, it pours accelerant on climate change, and it's the primary driver of homelessness in the state. These bills would fundamentally set us on a different path. And by that, I don't mean just Santa Monica. Our heights and densities are actually pretty good as we rezoned in the last 2 years. The densities contemplated in this bill, because we wouldn't fall under Tier 1, but rather Tier 2, are no different from what we already have. It just allows them in more areas that are in close proximity to high-quality transit, which any good environmental steward would support. What's needed is a statewide transit-oriented development approach for every other city that isn't doing as good a job in pulling its weight in this crucial issue. Because local control, in addition to being rooted in racism, is a collective action problem that we as a state have miserably failed. Only collective action will solve the biggest crises that plague the state, hence the need to address this at a state level if we're to stand a chance of fixing it. And if this body of pro-housing, progressive-minded people can't endorse that, I really do worry that we are doomed as a state to really be able to address this issue meaningfully.
Okay, well, I've got 2 people on the queue. Councilmember Cernas, Councilmember Hall?
Thank you. I have 2 questions for our city attorney, if you don't mind. The first, does endorsing either of these bills affect any litigation that we're currently involved in?
No.
And if we endorse either of these bills tonight, does that preclude us from withdrawing our endorsement if the bill is amended in ways that we disagree with?
That's correct. You could always withdraw your endorsement.
Okay, thanks. Because by some of the logic we heard tonight, no organization could or should ever endorse any bill until its final form, at which point the endorsing organization wields exactly 0 influence over the final form of the bill. So thank you, City Attorney. I want to address concerns about displacement and affordability. I understand and I hear them, particularly for SB 79. I would suggest that by acting early on this bill, we have greater ability to influence its authors through our legislators and lobbyists, and as it advances, to incorporate monitoring for displacement or prioritize infill or light industrial sites that many of our light rail lines run through in the state and in LA metro area. But I do strongly believe that we as a state need to strike that balance with another critical imperative of tying our housing density to public transit. For sustainability reasons, like Councilmember Zook said. We have seen that done with the BART in the Bay Area, which has built new housing on parking lots and in old strip malls, in the Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority in Boston, and in Colorado statewide. And I do believe it's time that we, as California, do this as a state. With regards to SB 677, each of us have spent a lot of time discussing how to grapple with our city's housing challenges, and we have lamented our own city's ability, or rather inability, to produce missing middle housing, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, cottage courts, small apartment buildings. These are the kind of buildings that used to be common in America, in American neighborhoods, and right here in California, until they were outlawed by exclusive zoning. They blend in with single-family homes, but provide multiple homes on a single lot. And this was the promise of Senator Atkins' SB 9 in 2021. Because of outdated local zoning and local building rules, this type of housing has become so rare, even though it's exactly what many working families, seniors, and young people like ourselves want. But if you look around Santa Monica today, the only things I see being built are massive apartment buildings along Lincoln and massive mansions north of Montana. Our housing stock is effectively bifurcating. And so here's my concern about where the market is headed, and it's one I articulated during the campaign many times when talking about our Builders Remedy F-Up. Like, if we don't make it easier and more affordable to build missing middle housing through laws like SB 9 and SB 677, we are heading towards a housing landscape that includes only two options: expensive single-family mansions or skyscraper apartment towers, the two types of projects that developers can actually turn a profit on here in California. And it's because of all of these zoning rules that we place on ourselves and the local control that our state legal system has granted all of these cities that don't take as progressive steps as we have or other pro-housing community have. And so in my mind, missing middle housing isn't designed to create deed-restricted homes for low-income families. It's designed to create homes for middle-income people who don't meet AMI restrictions, are middle to upper-income salaried members of society, but still can't afford to live near some of our great schools or within walking and biking distance to work in our downtown at the Water Garden or the Colorado Center. So I see SB 677 as fixing SB 9 in a way that would be really beneficial. I'll pause there and retain the balance of my time. Thanks.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. So I appreciate you bringing this forward because I'm sure we have a lot of great discussions. So I do want to be clear. California has a housing crisis. Our region has a housing crisis. To the best of my knowledge, every reputable academic study and every government or nonprofit policy analysis has found that the core issue driving the high cost of housing in California is a shortage of homes. The Little Hoover Commission, which is an independent state oversight agency that was formed in 1962, actually issued a report entitled California Housing, Building a More Affordable Future in March 2022, which states that, quote, California needs an additional 1.8 million to 3.5 million homes to adequately house its population. The Department of Housing and Community Development called for the construction of 180,000 new units annually between 2015 and 2025 to close the gap. Instead, the state has averaged around 80,000 new units per year. Prices go up when demand severely outpaces supply. And I'm happy to provide a link to anyone who's interested. I strongly support the intent of these bills, and one of the primary reasons that I've supported statewide pro-housing bills and why we as a city have in the past supported and continue to support pro-housing legislation at the state level is because it's not just about their impacts on Santa Monica. It's also about forcing other cities that have shirked their responsibility to build more homes and allow more homes to be built in their communities to step up and do what they need to do. But as we know, the devil's always in the details, and these bills are still very early in the legislative process. So I believe it would be in our best interest to hold off for now on publicly signing on as supporters, because I looked them up on LegInfo, and I understand that, you've read the bill language, and I understand that it's very thorough, but the language can always change in the process. and I think only one of them has been to one committee meeting. There are no legislative analyses from any of the committees that's available on LegInfo unless something was updated in the last hour that I missed. So, my concerns about this are more procedural rather than about the actual intent of the bills. By supporting these bills, I think Councilmember Hall noted, if we support them this early in the process, we can potentially lose the leverage to ask for amendments or changes to the language if we just throw our names on the supporter list now. And I don't, and although Councilmember Hall did get clarification that we could retract our support at any time, I think that would put us in a very awkward position. So if you would be comfortable, I would love to push this back and revisit these bills at either the April 22nd or May 13th meeting.
Do you mind? I'll just state quickly so that we can get to everyone else's comments that the reason I placed them on the agenda now is that both of them are set to be heard in the third week of April, I believe. I think the same week that we meet as a council next, on the 22nd, week of the 21st. There may be votes taken in those meetings, and if those bills do not exit their committees, they won't get another hearing. They won't get a vote on the assembly floor. They will be effectively dead for this session. So the point of hearing them now was because there are many people who are coming out with their support and their opposition to it now. And the support of cities like Culver City, which recently asked for their staff to come back with support for this bill, West Hollywood, of other places like ours, is meaningful in those legislative committee hearings that are happening in 2 weeks. So that's all.
Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you, and I think Dan wants to get back in the queue.
Yeah, that's okay. I got him.
Okay. First and foremost, thanks for flagging these bills. I want to say a few preliminary things. As you folks know, I'm on the executive board of the local Sierra Club chapter, and it's well understood by environmentalists that creating transit-oriented development is crucial to reducing greenhouse gases, fixing fixing a big problem, making sure we get housing that we need. And I know this is controversial, but I do agree that statewide fixes are needed to address recalcitrant cities that aren't doing their fair share to build affordable housing. But with all that being said, I personally can't support these bills without asking for certain amendments. I don't know if now's the time to get into the nitty-gritty of setting a support letter with certain amendments, but to put it on the table, I for one, would not be able to support SB 79 without, for one, an inclusionary component, and two, I think that it needs a little bit of nuance with respect to mitigation when there are residential developments that are adjacent to industrially zoned properties. I don't know if we need to get in the weeds here. I think Councilmember Niskai is correct that procedurally we're in a difficult spot here. So I don't think I can support it at this time. With SB 677, there's a lot to unpack in that bill. It's a really, really broad bill. It covers everything from impact fees, connection fees, really nuanced issues with respect to ownership, occupancy requirements, which I actually have quite a lot of thoughts about, which I don't want to take up the time with now. I'm also particularly concerned about shifting the burden of proof to local governments with respect to showing environmental impacts. So, I mean, if we want to get into asking for amendments, I'd be happy to get into further discussion, but I think that the procedural point that Councilmember Niskai made is an important one.
Councilmember Hall, I'm going to go let everybody get one turn before I go back around. So I'm going to, Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone knows that I support creating more housing and specifically more affordable housing in the city so that we are not an economically gated place. I agree with Councilmember Raskin that we absolutely should and need to prioritize density near transit. But I have similar concerns around the inclusionary requirement. And I also would say that I did speak with our lobbyist or our team. I mean, I know that they're not here, so I don't know, Elaine, if I can ask you questions, but so I don't want to put anyone on the spot. But what I will say is that just as a matter of course and practice, I believe the bill should be able to get out of its first committee hearing. Neither bill is on calendar for, yes, they've been assigned to a committee, but neither bill has been heard in a committee. There's not been any sort of legislative analysis of either bill. Additionally, I asked if our staff had done an analysis of the bill and of the bills and their impact on the city, and I was told that that information was still being compiled. So again, although we are pro-housing, we are affordable housing, we are pro-housing near transit, the devil is in the details. And I think that without knowing directly how this impacts our department's ability to do their work, I'm concerned about taking a position at this point. And I'm concerned about taking a position when we haven't even seen any sort of committee analysis. And I think it's premature that we would weigh in.
Councilmember Snell?
I'm going to make it short because I agree with my council members that I'm a strong supporter of transit-oriented housing, and it's difficult to really do an analysis on this if we really don't have enough detail with respect to it. I think it's going in the right direction, but I am concerned about the inclusionary requirements, and I'm also concerned about the possibility of lower income properties being X'd out because of the requirements. So I would like to hear more. I'd like to see it get out of committees before I support it. So I don't believe I can support either one of these items at this time, although there are some things in it that are really attractive to me. You know, enhancing access to public transportation. SB 79 talks about increasing the affordability, housing affordability. So I am concerned about the potential displacement of individuals, and I'm always concerned about losing local control and what the impact is. I do understand that, you know, we've done a great job with some of our housing ordinances, but there are other cities that would need this kind of push, and I think I would be supportive of it if I had more details on it. So that's where I stand at this point in time.
Councilmember Hall? Thanks.
I just wanted to correct something that I think was, I may have misheard, but I believe that we have the most leverage on getting amendments that we would like to see in these bills if we are in on the ground floor from the start, and we can always conditional our endorsement, as Councilmember Raskin brought up. I'm prepared to move on these today, but it sounds like the consensus is not there. And so what I might suggest is that we continue the items and come back with a more detailed 16 item at our next meeting, potentially with Councilmember Zwick and Councilmember Raskin's leadership, maybe Councilmember Torosis or others who have bills or have potential issues with a request to support with conditions for amendments that we would like to see.
So is that a motion?
Well, I have Councilmember Zwick, and then
I'll start by saying that if that's where the council is at, I would certainly be amenable to holding this for more information. I believe that the bills are there, and would be happy to have additional conversations as to people's specific concerns and get more feedback from our staff and others if that's where we need to be. I do want to just point out again, because I keep hearing this, Santa Monica has a requirement that all new housing built in the city has a 15% inclusionary requirement, and this would not override that at all. It would be exactly the same with any of these projects as any of the projects currently being built. So the idea that there is no inclusionary in this bill is wrong. It doesn't override our local inclusionary requirements as a city. As to the issue of industrial zones, we've just recently passed legislation that allows us to build housing in our industrial zones. So I'm not really sure what you mean by that when we allow housing currently now in all of our zones as a city. Councilmember Raskin. But I do want to just say, I heard from the majority of the council, I believe in transit-oriented development, but the Expo line was built over 10 years ago. If you ride the Expo line from 4th Street in Santa Monica to downtown LA, it is shockingly void of housing along each of those major stops, built over 10 years ago. I don't understand. I think that's the exact kind of logic where we say, I support this, but that has led to absolutely no housing being built along one of the most major transit corridors that we've built as a city over the last decade. The reason why those transit lines are underutilized is because we don't allow people to live near them. The reason why we can't fund enough transit is because we don't allow enough people to live near it. These are all interrelated concepts, and I just think that, frankly, I'm happy to push this item until we can get more analysis from our staff or others. Frankly, I believe that the new legislative platform that we adopted that said we would support we would support state bills that would be pro-housing was enough for the city to adopt this even without us taking a vote. But if the city needs to do that analysis and come to that conclusion, that's fine. But I do, frankly, really want us to think clearly about where our beliefs are and how committed we are to actually realizing them. Because I do believe that if we take these qualified positions, that's the exact reason why we're in the crisis that we're in right now.
Councilmember Zernetskaya.
Thank you for your points, Councilmember Zwick. And I do agree, a lot of the reasons that we don't have more housing along the Expo line that was finally finished 10 years ago. I rode on one of the first trains I was out. It was really exciting. And every time I ride along it, I always wonder, why the heck is everything so short and there's so little housing? My concerns about this are not about the bills themselves. It's just about the procedure. And if folks would be amenable and understanding your comments about our legislative platform and the ability for the city to potentially be able to support these under our already passed legislative platform, would you be comfortable authorizing staff to send, so two things. So if the bill analysis comes out before the next hearing that it's going to be in committee for, and our staff finds that it does meet the criteria subject, pursuant to our legislative platform to take a position of support, that we authorize them to do so with these two bills. If they need to, send in a letter beforehand. And then the other point that I wanted to make is that I believe any council member in their individual capacity can always send in a letter of support or opposition to any bill. So it would be on their own personal letterhead rather than on the city's letterhead. So that is an additional kind of option there if you wanted to express your support of the bills without having the full, official city stamp on it. So those are just kind of my 2 points.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, I think I'm hopeful we can come to some common ground here. Just to respond to a few points. I mean, I agree that we have a really robust inclusionary ordinance here locally, but a lot of cities don't. There are a lot of cities that don't have the same protections that we have with respect to properties that are within close proximity to other industrially zoned properties. But I'm hopeful that we can, like I said, come to some common ground. If you're willing to wait until our next meeting, I'd be happy to work with you and others who might be interested in figuring out what amendments we might be able to come to consensus about to include in our ask to the legislature. Because these bills aren't going to go away. They're being debated. They're being discussed. I think it could be we can have an impact locally to effectuate change that makes these bills better if they are going to go through the process. So I think the ball would really be in your court as to whether or not that's something you'd want to do. But happy to lend my support to figuring out where we can build consensus here.
At some point, I'll be able to make my comments on it, but Mayor Pro Tem Terosis. No, that's okay, I'm gonna just, mine are gonna be very quick. Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
No, I'm just suggesting that I don't feel comfortable taking a position until we've seen a staff analysis. That's how we do this at my day job. It would be unheard of for a legislative body to take a position when their staff hasn't even weighed in on how that bill impacts them. And so I'm not saying I'm opposed to these bills, but these bills are, have not even had one committee hearing, and I would feel more comfortable if we brought this back with an analysis and then talked about what we would need to see for our city.
Councilmember Zernitska.
Of course, I need to turn on my mic. To Councilmember Raskin's point about communicating around potential amendments that folks might like to see to avoid potential violations of the Brown Act, would folks be comfortable emailing our person in charge of legislative issues to email him and not CC anybody else, so that all the information goes directly to him, and he can just synthesize that and, you know, if appropriate, send that along to the state Senate.
Councilmember Zwick.
If you want to jump in, Mayor, I was just going to say that I'm happy to move to table the items.
I mean, yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I'm just going to be very direct. Don't support these items, and I might have a procedural question. Is when these letters go out, oftentimes the mayor's signature is on it, and is this something that comes in as support of the city and is signed by the city manager, or how does that move forward? Oh, if that's possible. She's saying we could do a 6-signature letter without mine. If you decide. I have different views on local control and how it impacts, as somebody who lives in rent control, affordability, and we have different ideologies on this when it comes to housing, and that's okay, but I do at least feel, even though I might be the only one up here, that I just want to state that's my position, and if there does become a letter that is going out on behalf of the city, I don't want to be, have my signature on it I know that I would be doing in the capacity as a mayor. However, I would prefer to find out if there's a way to do that without that. And it sounds like we're tabling it for now anyways, but I'm just bringing that up from a
I don't know
procedural.
the process by which it happens, but if it's something that normally and customarily would require the mayor's signature, I would say you should sign it. But I'm not sure if that's the case.
I don't know if that's the case, I'm asking.
Council, these items specifically don't require the mayor's signature. It directs the city manager to send a letter.
I wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure. Anyways, I think we have direction to table it, and it sounds like Council.
I'll make a motion that we can table these items for now until we receive staff analysis.
Okay.
And I'll second that.
Do we need to?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Zernskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
I'm going to say no, because I don't need to table it.
All right, that's it.
Oh, we have an adjournment this evening, and tonight we are adjourning our meeting in the memory of J. Arthur Rosenblum, the beloved brother-in-law of our interim city manager, Elaine Polachek. Jay passed away on March 26, 2025, at the age of 67. He was a devoted husband, father, grandfather, brother, and friend whose life was marked by love, integrity, and selflessness. A proud Angelino by birth, Jay went on to build a life rooted in family, service, and community, values that defined him both personally and professionally. Jay's journey took him from Los Angeles to Phoenix, where he founded Arizona Premium Finance Company and built a legacy, not just of success, but of support for his loved ones. He and his wife, Irene, recently celebrated 40 years of marriage, an inspiring example of enduring love and partnership. He was a hands-on father, a deeply engaged grandfather, a mentor to many, and someone who never hesitated to lend a hand or share a laugh. Known affectionately as Mr. Fix-It, Jay could be found tinkering in the garage, sharing a good glass of wine, or spending cherished time with family and friends. We send our deepest condolences to Elaine and her entire family. May Jay's memory be a blessing and his legacy continue to inspire all those who knew and loved him. And with that, we adjourn our regular meeting. We will see you back here on Earth Day, April 22nd. Just because I like saying it, stay sassy, Santa Monica.